you can do it, do it. At least they know who's reciting. Yeah? Can you do that?
No, we can't do that.
Why? Can you have two? Can you have two? Yeah, make it happen throughout even. Because then there's a connection, right? Is it ready? Varse.
1 minute.
1 minute, okay. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ياسين والقرآن الحكيم إنك لمن المرسلين على صراط مستقيم. تنزيل العزيز الرحيم لتنذر قوما ما أنذر آباؤهم فهم غافلون. لقد حق القول على أكثرهم فهم لا يؤمنون. إنا جعلنا في أعناقهم أغلالا فهي إلى الأذقان فهم مقمحون. وجعلنا من بين أيديهم سدا ومن خلفهم سدا فأغشيناهم فهم لا يبصرون. وسواء عليهم أنذرتهم أم لم تنذرهم لا يؤمنون. إنما تنذر من اتبع الذكر وخشي الرحمن بالغيب فبشروا بمغفرة وأجر كريم. إنا نحن نحيي الموتى ونكتب ما قدموا وآثارهم وكل شيء أحصيناه في إمام مبين. واضرب لهم مثلا أصحاب القرية إذ جاءها المرسلون إذ أرسلنا إليهم اثنين فكذبوهما فزدنا بثالث فقالوا إنا إليكم مرسلون. قالوا ما أنتم إلا بشر مثلنا وما أنزل الرحمن من شيء إن أنتم إلا تكذبون. قالوا ربنا يعلم إنا إليكم لمرسلون وما علينا إلا البلاغ المبين. قالوا إنا تطيرنا بكم لئن لم تنتهوا لنرجمنكم وليمسنكم منا عذاب أليم. قالوا طائركم معكم أئن ذكرتم بل أنتم قوم مسرفون. وجاء من أقصى المدينة رجل يسعى قال يا قوم اتبعوا المرسلين اتبعوا من لا يسألكم أجرا وهم مهتدون. وما لي لا أعبد الذي فطرني وإليه ترجعون. أتخذ من دونه آلهة يردن الرحمن بضر لا تغني عني شفاعتهم شيئا ولا ينقذون. إني إذا لفي ضلال مبين. إني آمنت بربكم فاسمعون. قيل ادخل الجنة. قال يا ليت قومي يعلموا بما غفر لي ربي وجعلني من المكرمين. وما أنزلنا على قومه من بعده من جند من السماء وما كنا منزلين إن كانت إلا صيحة واحدة فإذا هم خامدون. يا حسرة على العباد ما يأتيهم من رسول إلا كانوا به يستهزئون. ألم يروا كم أهلكنا قبلهم من القرون أنهم إليهم لا يرجعون. وإن كل لما جميع لدينا محضرون. وآية لهم الأرض الميتة أحييناها وأخرجنا منها حبا فمنه يأكلون. وجعلنا فيها جنات من نخيل وعناب وفجرنا فيها من العيون ليأكلوا من ثمره وما عملته أيديهم أفلا يشكرون. سبحان الذي خلق الأزواج كلها مما تنبت الأرض ومن أنفسهم ومما لا يعلمون. وآية لهم الليل نسلخ منه النهار فإذا هم مظلمون. والشمس تجري لمستقر لها ذلك تقدير العزيز العليم. والقمر قدرناه منازل حتى أدرك الأرجون القديم. لا الشمس ينبغي لها أن تدرك القمر ولا الليل سابق النهار وكل في فلك يسبحون. وآية لهم أنا حملنا ذريتهم في الفلك المشحون وخلقنا لهم من مثله ما يركبون. وإن نشأ نغرقهم فلا صريخ لهم ولا هم ينقذون إلا رحمة منا ومتاعا إلى حين. وإذا قيل لهم اتقوا ما بين أيديكم وما خلفكم لعلكم ترحمون. وما تأتيهم من آية من آيات ربهم إلا كانوا عنها معرضين. وإذا قيل لهم انفقوا مما رزقكم الله قال الذين كفروا للذين آمنوا أنطعم من لو يشاء الله أطعمه إن أنتم إلا في ضلال مبين. ويقولون متى هذا الوعد إن كنتم صادقين. ما ينظرون إلا صيحة واحدة تأخذهم وهم يخصمون. فلا يستطيعون توصية ولا إلى أهلهم يرجعون. ونفخ في السور فإذا هم من الأجداث إلى ربهم ينسلون. قالوا يا ويلنا من بعثنا من مرقدنا هذا ما وعد الرحمن وصدق المرسلون. إن كانت إلا صيحة واحدة فإذا هم جميع لدينا محضرون. فاليوم لا تظلموا نفس شيئا ولا تجزون إلا ما كنتم تعملون. إن أصحاب الجنة اليوم في شغل فاكهون. هم وأزواجهم في ظلال على الأرائك متكئون. لهم فيها فاكهة ولهم ما يدعون. سلام قولا من رب رحيم. وامتازوا اليوم أيها المجرمون. ألم أعهد إليكم يا بني آدم ألا تعبدوا الشيطان إنه لكم عدو مبين وأن اعبدوني هذا صراط مستقيم. ولقد أضل منكم جبلا كثيرا أفلم تكونوا تعقلون. هذه جهنم التي كنتم توعدون اصلوها اليوم بما كنتم تكفرون. اليوم نختم على أفواههم وتكلمنا أيديهم وتشهد أرجلهم بما كانوا يكسبون. ولو نشاء لطمسنا على أعينهم فاستبقوا الصراط فأنى يبصرون ولو نشاء لمسخناهم على مكانتهم فما استطاعوا مضيا ولا يرجعون ومن نعمر ننكس في الخلق أفلا يعقلون وما علمناه الشعر وما ينبغي له إن هو إلا ذكر وقرآن مبين لينذر من كان حيا ويحق القول على الكافرين أولم يروا أنا خلقنا لهم مما عملت أيدينا أنعاما فهم لها مالكون وظللناها لهم فمنها ركوبهم ومنها يأكلون ولهم فيها منافع ومشارب أفلا يشكرون واتخذوا من دون الله آلهة لعلهم ينصرون لا يستطيعون نصرهم وهم لهم جند محضرون فلا يحزنك قولهم إننا نعلم ما يسرون وما يعلنون أولم ير الإنسان أنا خلقناه من نطفة فإذا هو خصيم مبين وضرب لنا مثلا ونسي خلقه قال من يحيي العظام وهي رميم قل يحييها الذي ينشأها أول مرة وهو بكل خلق عليم الذي جعل لكم من الشجر الأخضر نارا وإذا أنتم منه توقدون أوليس الذي خلق السماوات والأرض بقادر على أن يخلق مثلهم بلى وهو الخلاق العليم إنما أمره إذا أراد شيئا أن يقول له كن فيكون فسبحان الذي بيده ملكوت كل شيء وإليه ترجعون صدق الله العلي العظيم اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. Please recite Surah Fatiha.
صلوات. اے حبیب حسین اے رفیق حسین اے حبیب حسین اے حبیب میرے بھائی تنہا ہے یہ حسین اے حبیب میرے بھائی تنہا ہے یہ حسین تم کو مدد کو اپنی بلاتے ہوئے حبیب اے حبیب میرے بھائی تنہا ہے یہ حسین دیکھو ہے گیر مجھ کو ستمگار دست میں کوئی نہیں ہے میرا مددگار دست ہے یہ حسین، کچھ دن میں ہوگا تیروں کی زد پر میرا بدن، دی پائے گی نہ زینب مزتر مجھے کفن، یہ سوچ کے میں اشک، یہ سوچ کے میں اشک بہاتا ہوئے حبیب، اے حبیب میرے بھائی، تنہا ہے یہ حسین، آ کر دو کے شر سے ہمیں تم بچاؤ گے، یہ کہہ کے شہر کوفہ سے تم جلد آؤ گے، بچوں کا حوصلہ میں، بچوں کا حوصلہ میں بڑھاتا ہوئے حبیب، اے حبیب میرے بھائی، تنہا ہے یہ حسین، مجھ سے سوال کرتی ہے یہ لادلی میری، بابا مدد کو آپ کی آیا ہے کیا کوئی، خیمے کا جب میں پردہ، خیمے کا جب میں پردہ ہٹاتا ہوئے حبیب، اے حبیب میرے بھائی، تنہا ہے یہ حسین، اہل حرم کی دست میں چن جائے گی ردا، زوجہ کو اپنی ساتھ میں لانا نہ کربلا، تنہا تم ہے یہاں میں، تنہا تم ہے یہاں میں بلاتا ہوئے حبیب، اے حبیب میرے بھائی، تنہا ہے یہ حسین، خط میں رضا تھا لکھنا جہاں ابن مرتضیٰ، موشی وہاں یہ کہہ کے دیا ماں کا واسطہ، غربت میں اپنی تم کو، غربت میں اپنی تم کو بتاتا ہوئے حبیب، اے حبیب میرے بھائی، تنہا ہے یہ حسین، صلوات۔
بر محمد وآل محمد صلوات۔
چلے آؤ کرب و بلا، اکیلا ہوا ہے حسین، چلے آؤ کرب و بلا، اکیلا ہوا ہے حسین، حبیب تم پر سلام حسین،
میرے حبیب اے میرے دوست، اے میری آنکھوں کے چین، حبیب تم پر سلام حسین۔ رجب میں مدینے سے نکلا تھا میں، محبت جسے وہ گھر چھوڑ کر، میں سہتا رہا سختیاں حبیب، رسول خدا کا شہر چھوڑ کر، چلے آؤ کر بلا، اکیلا ہوا ہے حسین، حبیب تم پر سلام حسین، حبیب تم پر سلام حسین، میرے حبیب اے میرے دوست، اے میری آنکھوں کے چین، حبیب تم پر سلام حسین۔ بہت مختصر سا ہے لشکر میرا، مقابل تو میرے ہے لاکھوں عدو، وفادار بھی ہو بہادر بھی ہو، نظر ڈھونڈتی ہے تمہیں چار سو، چلے آؤ کر بلا، اکیلا ہوا ہے حسین، حبیب تم پر سلام حسین، میرے حبیب اے میرے دوست، اے میری آنکھوں کے چین، میرے خون کے پیاسے ہے یہ اہل شر، میرے قتل کی ہے یہ تیاریاں، لعینوں کی تیغیں بھی ہے منتظر، تمہاری ضرورت ہے مجھ کو یہاں، چلے آؤ کر بلا، اکیلا ہوا ہے حسین، حبیب تم پر سلام حسین، حبیب تم پر سلام حسین۔ ابھی میرا مقتل سجا بھی نہیں، مگر مجھ پہ روتی ہے کرب و بلا، میری بے کسی کا ہے جو مرثیہ، اگر سننا چاہو تو اے ہم نوا، چلے آؤ کر بلا، اکیلا ہوا ہے حسین، حبیب تم پر سلام حسین، میرے حبیب اے میرے دوست، اے میری آنکھوں کے چین، حبیب تم پر سلام حسین۔ یہ تحریر پڑھتے ہی نکلے حبیب، تو رہوار روکا سرے کربلا، کیا کہ شہ کو سلام وفا، حبیب حضی سے یہ شہ نے کہا، اچھا کیا اے حبیب تم آ گئے ہو یہاں، حبیب تم پر سلام حسین، میرے حبیب اے میرے دوست، اے میری آنکھوں کے چین، یہ دیکھو مصائب، یہ دیکھو ستم، کہاں میرے خیمے، کہاں الکما، جو دل پر ہے گزری سناؤں گا میں، جو تم آ گئے تو دلاسا ملا، اچھا کیا اے حبیب تم آ گئے ہو یہاں، حبیب تم پر سلام حسین، یہ حبیب تم پر سلام حسین، میرے حبیب اے میرے دوست، اے میری آنکھوں کے چین، حبیب تم پر سلام حسین، حبیب تم پر سلام حسین، بر محمد و آل محمد صلوات۔
Yes. Sure. No, sir. No, 30 seconds.
إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما. سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله والله أكبر ولله الحمد. الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن محمد رسول الله. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. أشهد أن محمد رسول الله. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. أشهد أن عليا حجة الله. أشهد أن عليا ولي الله. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح حي على خير العمل حي على خير العمل. الله أكبر الله أكبر. لا إله إلا الله. لا إله إلا الله.
اللهم اجعل قلبي بارا وعملي دارا وعيشي قارا ورزقي دارا واولادي ابرارا واجعل عند قبر نبيك محمد المصطفى صلى الله عليه واله وسلم مستقرا وقرارا برحمتك يا ارحم الراحمين.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الله أكبر الله أكبر. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن محمد رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله. أشهد أن محمد رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله. أشهد أن عليا ولي الله صلوات الله وسلامه عليه. أشهد أن عليا وأولاده المعصومين بالحق حجج الله. حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح حي على خير العمل، حي على خير العمل، قد قامت الصلاة، قد قامت الصلاة. الله أكبر الله أكبر، لا إله إلا الله. اللهم أنت المحسن، وجهت وجهي للذي فطر السماوات. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، الرحمن الرحيم، مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين، اهدنا الصراط المستقيم، صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والعصر إن الإنسان لفي خسر إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. الله أكبر. بحول الله تعالى وقوته أقوم وأقعد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، الرحمن الرحيم، مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين، اهدنا الصراط المستقيم، صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل هو الله أحد، الله الصمد، لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. كذلك الله ربي. الله أكبر. رب اغفر لي ولوالدي وارحمهما كما ربياني صغيرا، واجزهما بالإحسان إحسانا وبالسيئات عفوا وغفرانا. وصل اللهم على محمد وآله الطاهرين. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده. سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآله. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. الله أكبر. الحمد لله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له، وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وتقبل شفاعته بحول الله تعالى. سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله والله أكبر. سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله والله أكبر. سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله والله أكبر. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجه. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. يا لطيف ارحم عبدك الضعيف بجاه محمد وآله. الله أكبر. بسم الله وبالله والحمد لله والأسماء الحسنى لله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له، وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. السلام عليك أيها النبي ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام علينا وعلى عباد الله الصالحين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر، لا إله إلا الله.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم إني أسألك موجبات رحمتك وعزائم مغفرتك والنجاة من النار ومن كل بلية والفوز بالجنة والرضوان في دار السلام وجوار نبيك محمد عليه وآله السلام. اللهم ما بنا من نعمة فمن لا إله إلا أنت، أستغفرك وأتوب إليك. الله أكبر الله أكبر. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله، أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله، أشهد أن محمد رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله. أشهد أن محمد رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله. أشهد أن عليا ولي الله صلوات الله وسلامه عليه. أشهد أن عليا وأولاده المعصومين بالحق حجج الله صلوات الله وسلامه عليه. حي على الصلاة، حي على الصلاة، حي على الفلاح، حي على الفلاح، حي على خير العمل، حي على خير العمل. قد قامت الصلاة، قد قامت الصلاة. الله أكبر الله أكبر، لا إله إلا الله. اللهم أدمها وأقمها واجعلنا من خير صالح أهلها يا محسن. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إذا جاء نصر الله والفتح ورأيت الناس يدخلون في دين الله أفواجا فسبح بحمد ربك واستغفره إنه كان توابا. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآله. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد.
الله أكبر. الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد.
الله أكبر. بحول الله تعالى. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والعصر إن الإنسان لفي خسر إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر. الله أكبر. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار بحق محمد وآله الأطهار صلواتك عليهم أجمعين. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآله. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآله.
الله أكبر. استغفر الله. الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
الله أكبر. الحمد لله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وتقبل شفاعة بحول الله تعالى. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
الله أكبر. الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
الله أكبر. بحول الله تعالى. سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله والله أكبر. سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله والله أكبر. سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآله.
الله أكبر. الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. يا لطيف لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك إني كنت من الظالمين.
الله أكبر. بسم الله وبالله والحمد لله والأسماء الحسنى لله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. السلام عليك أيها النبي ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام علينا وعلى عباد الله الصالحين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الله أكبر، الله أكبر، الله أكبر، لا إله إلا الله.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم إنه ليس لعلم بموضع رزقي، وإنما أطلبه بخطرات تقطر على قلبي، فأجول في طلبه البلدان، فأنا فيما أنا طالب كالحيران، لا أدري أفي سحل وأم في جبل، أم في أرض، أم في سماء، أم في برو، أم في بحر، وعلى يدي من ومن قبل من، وقد علمت أن علمه عندك وأسبابه بيدك، وأنت الذي تقسمه بلطفك وتصببه برحمتك. اللهم فصل على محمد وآله، واجعل يا رب رزقك لي واسعا، ومطلبه سعلا، ومأخذه كريبا، ولا تؤنني بطلب ما لم تكدر لي في رزقا، فإنك غني عن عذابي وأنا فقير إلى رحمتك. فصل على محمد وآله، وجد على عبدك بفضلك، إنك ذو فضل عظيم.
or Muhammad wa ali Muhammad salawat. Respected scholars, my elders, brothers, sisters, and children, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. On behalf of the MC, we would like to welcome you all to the 5th night of Muharram at the Masjid Husayn, Leicester. Just to introduce myself, those who don't know me, my name is Milaz Qassam, Assistant Secretary. We've decided to give Brother Imran a break today, so I'd just like to take you through a few announcements before we proceed with tonight's Majlis. Attending our nightly programs, if you'd like to attend the Muharram programs here at the centre, a valid ticket is required so that we can manage the capacity in line with safe social distancing. You can book a ticket through the Ticket Source website. Tickets will be available usually from 5 p.m. If you are a senior and find it difficult to book a ticket, please contact Sister Zainab Rajani. We would like to thank you all for your cooperation and continuous support, and we pray to the Almighty through the wasila of our beloved Ahlul Bayt to keep the masjid open during these nights of Muharram. COVID guidelines. Again, just a polite reminder, whilst inside the centre, to wear the face masks, covering from the bridge of your nose to below the chin. Social distancing. When leaving the masjid, our volunteers will try to make your exit from the centre as smooth as possible. If you are staying behind until the end of the programme, if you wait until the front line has cleared, this will allow us to keep social distance protocol. Again, we totally understand the measures are difficult and frustrating at times, but we need to keep each other safe from this virus. We sincerely thank you all in your cooperation in this matter. Upcoming programs, just a reminder of tonight's interactive Q&A session with Sheikh Mohammed Al-Hilli, Brother Salfraz Jeraj, Brother Abbas Lokat, and Sister Munzila Raza. Title Lessons, Bibi Zainab Salamullahi alayh and Imam Sajjad alayhi salam can teach us in challenging times. This will be hosted by Brother Sajjad Haji. Inshallah, this will start soon after tonight's main program. So please try to stay back, as I'm sure it'll be a worthwhile and informative session. Tomorrow there will be a boys' youth session on how to recite Nohas, Moshias and Latmiya with confidence, led by Sayyid Ali Al-Hakim at 8 p.m. Also, as well as tomorrow night, there will be our Leicester annual Matan Diary program. We politely encourage you all to stay back for that as well. The Tabut committee, ladies and gents, can come and pay their respects and salams to the Tabut, as well as fulfill their Mannat and Nazar every day until the night of Ashura from 6:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. This will be held in the Gents Hall, so please use the Gents side entrance. Reminder, please wear your masks and maintain social distancing. Contribution. The Treasury team are thankful to all those who have contributed toward this year's Muharram Safar budget. To make a contribution, please visit the ladies and gents' respective Treasury team or make a contribution through one of the other options, payment options advertised. Finally, if I could request you all to recite Surah Al-Fatiha for the marhum means for which tonight's Majalis has been sponsored for with the Surah Al-Fatiha. A Aqiq ring has been handed in to Brother Ashik Bhai. If anyone is missing a Aqiq ring, please contact Brother Ashik Bhai in the gents. If I could invite our respected guest speaker, Sheikh Mohammed Al-Hilli, to deliver tonight's Majalis and welcome him to the member with 3 loud Salawat ala Muhammad.
سورة المباركة الفاتحة. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان اللعين الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الحمد لله والحمد حقه كما يستحقه حمدا كثيرا. وأعوذ به من شر نفسي إن النفس لأمارة بالسوء إلا ما رحم ربي. والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الخلق وخاتم الأنبياء وسيد المرسلين، حبيب إله العالمين، حبيب قلوبنا وشفيع ذنوبنا، أبي القاسم محمد. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم، وعلى أهل بيته الطيبين الطاهرين المعصومين المطهرين المكرمين. السلام عليك سيدي ومولاي يا أبا عبد الله، وعلى الأرواح التي حلت بفنائك. عليك مني سلام الله أبدا ما بقيت وبقي الليل والنهار، ولا جعله الله آخر العهد مني لزيارتكم. السلام على الحسين وعلى علي بن الحسين وعلى أولاد الحسين وعلى أصحاب الحسين جميعا، ورحمة الله وبركاته. صلوات. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. قال الله العظيم في كتابه الكريم وهو أحسن القائلين وأصدق الصادقين: بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. فلا وربك لا يؤمنون حتى يحكموك فيما شجر بينهم ثم لا يجدوا في أنفسهم حرجا مما قضيت ويسلموا تسليما. آمنا بالله. صدق الله العلي العظيم. For the purification of the souls, the enlightenment of the hearts, the acceptance of the deeds, and for the hastening of the reappearance of the awaited Saviour, Ajjalallahu ta'ala farajahu sharif, enlighten your souls, purify your hearts with the recitation of salawat upon Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Respected elders, sisters and brothers, salamun alaykum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. This is an inner state of the heart which has a tremendously powerful and empowering result on the human being. It is unfortunately being practiced less after the pandemic. And it is a state which is one of the fruits and the magnificent lessons from the 10th of Muharram and the epic of Karbala. At-taslim, submission, is a phenomenal concept deeply rooted in the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Ahl al-Bayt, peace and blessings be upon them. The realization that emerges is there are tens of ayat, hundreds of riwayat that speak about submission, that talk about the impact of submission, the beauty of submission, the benefits of submission, how a believer should submit before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The realization, however, is the word sounds beautiful. Many people have heard about it. Yet, it may be confusing. Yet, at the same time, there are those who question, what does it actually mean? In reality, how hard is it to practice in the lives of human beings? Because to place it into people's lives is amongst the most difficult of tasks that people face, isn't it? You look around us today, especially over the last 18 months, and people are riddled with confusion. You and I, along with the vast majority of humanity, have been subjected to this devastating COVID-19 pandemic. I tell you, there is nothing that the pandemic that has not affected us. When you look at, for example, economy, when you look at people's jobs, when you look at tourism and sports, when you look at people's health, in every aspect, you'll see people speaking negatively of how coronavirus has truly changed the lives of human beings. In fact, statistics today tell us of the impact of what is happening. According to the latest statistics up to yesterday, over 206 million human beings across the world were infected with COVID-19. 4.6 million have indeed lost their lives. Recognize, as far as statistics are concerned, they tell us that, for example, the International Organization for Labor or International Labor Organization talks about 400 million jobs being lost last year between April and June 2020. In the United States, the first 9 months of 2020 caused the economy to lose $3.5 trillion. And so people have looked around. It is unlikely that people here have not either been affected themselves or know people who have had COVID. Or some are still suffering with what is known as long COVID. Yes? There are those who have lost their loved ones. There are those who are out of a job. And there are many who are saying, where is God? There are many who have come forward and said, why is Allah not stopping this? Why is Allah not placing an end to this? Isn't it? Because it has truly shaken many people's lives. It has truly made them think and ponder, does the Almighty not want to intervene? Some have said. I have personally received messages of people who have come forward and said, why is God punishing us this way? I can no longer take it. The extensive anxiety and the stress and the impact on people's well-being is quite widespread. Many people are wandering around the world and are asking this very important question. Why is God not helping us come out of this situation? Isn't it? The Holy Quran, interestingly, has portrayed this scenario in one beautiful ayah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in chapter 22 verse number 11 says, وَمِنَ النَّاسِ مَنْ يَعْبُدُ اللَّهَ عَلَى حَرْفٍ. Sometimes today we see people on edge, just about to be pushed from a cliff. Yes? Because they've had enough. Because they can't take it anymore. Allah says there are those who worship Allah based on a letter. فَإِنْ أَصَابَهُ خَيْرٌ اطْمَأَنَّ بِهِ. In other words, very superficial. The moment they go through well-being and everything is good, they are tranquil. They are satisfied. وَإِنْ أَصَابَتْهُ فِتْنَةٌ انْقَلَبَ عَلَى وَجْهِهِ خَسِرَ الدُّنْيَا وَالْآخِرَةِ. The moment they are shaken, they turn and immediately fall from this cliff. They lose this world as well as the akhirah. ذَلِكَ هُوَ الْخُسْرَانُ الْمُبِينُ. That is truly the most manifest loss. The realization that we see around the world today is not only COVID. There are those who are suffering in different countries around the world. There are those who, for example, are going through hardship and oppression and injustice. There are those who are going through relationship problems. There are those who have health issues not related to the pandemic. And so, therefore, it has culminated in incredible pressure. Society is screaming in agony and pain. And this is witnessed all around us. As far as the impact on mental health is concerned, statistics today show us that, for example, the Mental Health Foundation has spoken about that over 18% of the UK population, and the Mental Health Foundation have conducted surveys since March 2020 until now. They say since that time, over 18 months ago, till today, on average, 18% of the UK's population feel hopeless. Despite anxiety levels reducing from 62% in March 2020 to 42% of the population in February this year, the rate of those who say we have suicidal thoughts has gone up from 8% last year to 13% this year. People are going through suffering. In as far as mental health is concerned, it's of the utmost importance that we mention this right from the outset. In the idea that it must not be trivialized. It must not also fall under people's perception that is sometimes incorrect. Meaning what? It's a condition that requires to be treated. It's a state that requires therapy from experts and individuals who can diagnose. When we talk about people who go through certain states such as anxiety and depression, right? So when it comes to ulama, when it comes to leaders of the community, when it comes to others who deal with people on a regular basis, they need to be able to identify signs and symptoms. They need to be able to diagnose first aid as far as mental health is concerned, and signpost and highlight that the fact that somebody is going through mental illness doesn't mean that their relationship with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is weaker, or that they're not remembering Allah sufficiently, because of course there is a unfortunate bias that exists in the way people think in the community, sometimes amongst Muslim communities and elsewhere, in the idea that if they hear about somebody going through mental health illness, immediately they think that they're not spiritually connected to Allah, that they're not performing some a'mal that will make them rid of this particular condition. The realization is, if somebody is diabetic, if somebody has heart disease, yes, you will not tell them only to go for dua. You will not only tell them to remember Allah. There is no doubt that that is absolutely critical and essential. فَإِذَا مَرِضْتُ فَهُوَ يَشْفِينَ. Quran says that the cure is from Allah, but Allah wants what? You and I also to seek means by which we attain help, we attain some kind of remedy. Because Musa alayhi salam one day was sick. He decided that he will not take any remedies. He will not take any medicines. Allah tabarak wa ta'ala revealed to him, وَعِزَّتِي وَجَلَالِي, by my might and glory, O Musa, if you don't take medicine, I will never cure you. Musa said, Ya Allah, the reason why I don't want to take medicine is I know the shifa is from you and I want it directly from you. Allah says to him, Musa, who created the plants that the medicine is from? It's me. Yes? Go and take the medicine. Yes? Therefore, the realization today emerges, and that is we need mental health awareness. We need to keep a lookout, friends, family members, people in our society, in our communities, if they're going through any type of difficulty in this regard. The discussion, however, tonight is regarding the state of the heart, known as taslim, known as submission. Why is it so significant? Amir al-Mu'mineen wa Mawla al-Muttaqeen, Ali ibn Abi Talib, salawatullahi wa salamu alayhi. In a beautiful statement in Nahjul Balagha, and please understand this, he says, لَأَنْسُبَنَّ الْإِسْلَامَ نَسْبَةً لَمْ يَنْسُبُهَا أَحَدٌ قَبْلِي. I will give you a definition of Islam that no one before me has ever given. What is it? This Islam. You and I, proud to be Muslims. You and I are individuals known as Muslims. Yes? Here we have our Imam telling you and I'm going to give you a definition of what Islam is. He starts, Al-Islam huwa taslim. Islam is submission. The recognition that emerges at the outset is submission is considered one of the most important qualities of a believer. In the idea that if a believer has not recognized or is not cognizant of what taslim is, they have missed a very key aspect of their lives as far as being the worshippers of the Almighty subhanahu wa ta'ala. Question, what is taslim? And as far as the basic definition, it is the full cognizance and the recognition by a believer through their words and actions, but importantly in their heart, that everything is in the hands of Allah and all affairs belong to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, number one. Number two, they will not therefore subsequently complain or become unhappy when they go through certain situations in their life. That is primarily understood to be taslim, but I tell you, in reality, it's very difficult. I have a lot of conversations with people who are going through incredible pain and suffering. People who have lost a child at the age of what? At the age of 8, 9 months, just before giving birth. And they look at you and they think, why? Everything was fine. Yes? I remember, may Allah bless the soul of this young man, Ammar Dadlani, yes, from within our communities. Last year he passed away, or yes, earlier this year. The recognition emerges is what? Is that he suffered from the age of 6 or 7 with a particular type of bone cancer. And he was taken from one place to another. And he used to suffer so much and ask his parents, why is God doing this to me? I don't understand. His father messaged me and said, please help me. I don't know what to say to him. An 8-year-old, 9-year-old, yes? He is begging. He's going through so much pain until towards the end of his life, he became blind. Until he left this world early this year. It is painful. It can really shake the belief of a human being. It could take them from iman towards disbelief. It can make human being ungrateful to Allah. Yes? And therefore these conversations are of the utmost importance. They're very delicate. They're very sensitive, especially this time that you and I are going through or coming inshallah ta'ala towards the end of a pandemic that may strike in another way or shape or form coming forward in the future. Or how do we deal with the ramifications of what we have gone through? Therefore, I would like to look at this subject in as detail as possible by answering a number of questions. Number one, what examples does the Quran give us in order for us to have clarity of what taslim is, and how do we learn from these particular individuals in the Holy Quran? Number two, of great importance, what are the benefits of taslim? If I begin to become an individual who submits, how do I benefit in this world and akhirah? Number three, what are the 4 steps that are described by ulama of akhlaq and mysticism, irfan, when it comes to gaining taslim and submission that must be present in the heart before I become somebody who is submissive? These 4 steps, what are they? Number 4, of great importance, tell me practical ways in which I begin to accept what is happening around me. I'm finding it difficult to accept. Yes, it is, reality is making me pain, go through hardship. Give me practical steps of how I can deal with this. And number 5, how was Karbala a magnificent school of submission? And what examples do we have from the 10th of Muharram of those who teach you and I how to deal with hardship and calamity, so that we can indeed follow in the footsteps of Sayyid al-Shuhada, Abu Abdullah al-Husayn salawatullahi wa salamuhu alayhi. They were surrounded by 10,000 people. It was an economic embargo. They had no food. Some of them stayed for a few days with no food. And the whole city was now encapsulated with enemy combatants. Some began to shake. The Quran gives us the story. هُنَالِكَ ابْتُلِيَ الْمُؤْمِنُونَ وَزُلْزِلُوا زِلْزَالًا شَدِيدًا. The believers at that moment were stricken with a calamity, and many of them felt like the earth is shaking under them. But amongst them existed a few, headed by a man who demonstrated submission in the best possible way. Quran praises him and a few others. وَلَمَّا رَأَى الْمُؤْمِنُونَ الْأَحْزَابِ. When these individuals saw the Ahzab, the confederation, قالوا هذا ما وعدنا الله ورسوله وصدق الله ورسوله وما زادهم إلا إيمانا وتسليما. These individuals, headed by the commander of the faithful, Amir al-Mu'mineen, ومولى المتقين, وقائد الغر المحجلين, أسد الله الغالب, سيدنا ومولانا علي بن أبي طالب. Looked at what's happening around them and smiled. People looked at them and said, how can you be in this state of tranquility? The response was, هَذَا مَا وَعَدَنَا اللَّهُ وَرَسُولُهُ. This is what Allah and His Messenger has promised us. Question: Allah and His Messenger has promised us hardship, pain and suffering? Yes. A believer, it comes with the terms and conditions. specifications of a mu'min, if you read the finer details, it says you will be tested to the core. You will be shaken. It is part of being a mu'min, a believer. Do you want it or not? Someone will come and say, no, I don't want it. They say, Bismillah. You want to call yourself a believer? You have to be shaken to the core. Amir al-Mu'mineen looked at these group of people, 10,000 surrounding Medina, and said, this is what Allah and His Messenger have promised us. Promised us what? We are believers. We have to face this. What could go wrong? We give our lives for the sake of Allah. وَصَدَقَ اللَّهُ وَرَسُولُهُ. Look at what the Quran says. After they said this, after Amir al-Mu'mineen said this, do you know what the ayah says? وَمَا زَادَهُمْ إِلَّا إِيمَانًا وَتَسْلِيمًا. As a result of what they said, but what their heart was expressing, Allah says, I have made them firmer in iman and more submissive. I ask you, when Amr ibn Abdul Wud jumps the trench and says, هَلْ مِن مُبَارِز, is there anyone who will confront me? All the Sahaba, all, no exception, except one man, are shaking. And the Prophet of Islam says, who will fight him and I'll guarantee Jannah for them? A man stands up, 26 years of age, sit down. Second time, sit down. Third time, the Prophet knows who this man is, but he wants the world to know what is about to happen. He says to him, هَذَا Amr ibn Abdul Wud. By the way, I'm telling you who this man is. It's Amr ibn Abdul Wud, yes? He used to ride the horse and his feet would drag on the floor. He used to be a ferocious warrior, yes? He has jumped over the trench. This is Amr ibn Abdul Wud. And the man who stands and says, Ya Rasulullah, wa ana Ali. I am Ali. Yes, there is no problem when it comes to what? Any individual, isn't it? That taslim was phenomenal. That taslim and submission was world class. It's an example for people. In other words, there was no thinking about this world. There was no thinking about benefits. Amir al-Mu'mineen did not say, Ya Rasulullah, you said I will go to Jannah. Can you please make sure this is guaranteed? You know, there was no ifs and buts. This is full submission. It wasn't submission in the words. The heart of Ali pumped Tawheed and the worship of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And as we said, it was completely sincere for His sake. That's number one. Number two, the Quran has a number of interesting ayat which comes and says, if you want success in this world, submit. If you want success in akhirah, submit. If you want the best religion, best way of life, submit. وَمَنْ أَحْسَنُ دِينًا مِمَّنْ أَسْلَمَ وَجْهَهُ لِلَّهِ. Who is better in faith than the one who submits before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? Allah tabaraka wa ta'ala says in the Holy Quran, فَلَهُ أَسْلِمُوا وَبَشِّرِ الْمُخْبِتِينَ. Give glad tidings to an individual who's known as mukhbit. Yes, who is a mukhbit? The Quran says, وَبَشِّرِ الْمُخْبِتِينَ. The sixth holy Imam, Ja'far ibn Muhammad al-Sadiq, salawatullahi wa salamu alayhi, says a mukhbit is an individual who submits entirely. Yes. Bashir al-mukhbitin. I tell you, when you look at the Quran, you will find this beautiful example of a prophet and his son who faced this calamity and this incredible, difficult situation, but the Quran says they submitted. You see, sometimes you and I, when we have conversations, we say, I submit. But does your heart contain pain? Is your heart satisfied? Let me give you an example. In the month of Ramadan, yes, in the month of Ramadan, there are those who fast, alhamdulillah. And when somebody at work says to them, you're fasting 20 hours. I have been, yes, at work as a pharmacist. When I used to work, people used to tell me, 20 hours, why don't you drink a bit of water? Surely God is happy with this. Drink a little bit. Is it fair? Okay, you can't eat for that long, but 20 hours of no water? I have heard and seen people, Muslims, reply back to this particular individual. I know it's so hard. I don't know how I'm doing it, but I'll just do it, This is submission? No. This is not submission. This is a tick list. This means I'll just do it because I have to. Otherwise, people will laugh at me and maybe gunah, sin, punishment, I don't know, Maulana will say. Submission is when I smile and say to these people, it's the most amazing thing. Try it. I feel empowered. I feel much better. Yes? Therefore, the realization is the Quran says what? The Quran says Ibrahim and Ismail showed us exactly how submission should be. I tell you, a man who prayed for 90 years for a son, who is desperate to have a son, and those of us who are fathers, wallah, the feeling when you hold your son for the first time is a feeling that cannot be compared to anything in the world. And Ibrahim prayed, and Allah gave him Ismail. Now Allah is saying you have to slaughter him. How difficult is this examination that Allah Ta'ala is placing this righteous prophet as well as his son? But the Quran says, فَلَمَّا أَسْلَمَا وَتَلَّهُ لِلْجَبِينِ. Both of them submitted. Not that both of them said, we'll do it because Allah has ordered us to do it. We don't understand why we're doing it. We're just doing it because we have to, otherwise we'll be punished. No. Aslama means they came wholeheartedly, convinced, fully empowered, understanding the sweetness of the obedience of Allah. That is what its submission is. And when they submitted before Allah in order for Ismail to be slaughtered, none of their hearts had any grudges. They didn't have any pain. That is what taslim is, isn't it? Right? Therefore, some people ask, very well, these are examples in the Quran. But what do the Ahl al-Bayt say with regards to benefits? How will it improve my life? Because it's one of the most hardest things to do when I'm struck with some kind of difficulty. Here I have 4 ahadith which I'd like your attention. Beautiful, very important ahadith. One of them is one of my favorite narrations. One of my favorite narrations that I guarantee you, if you ponder over it, you will benefit much in this world and definitely in akhirah. Yes? This is hadith Qudsi. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says to Dawood, benefit number 1, you will feel a sense of calmness and well-being in your life if you submit. The hadith says, Allah says to Dawood, turidu wa urid. You want something and I want something. Innama yakunu ma urid. What will happen is whatever I want. فَإِن سَلَّمْتَ لِمَا أُرِيد أَعْطَيْتُكَ مَا تُرِيد. If you submit to what I want, I will give you what you want. وَإِن لَمْ تُسَلِّمْ مَا أُرِيد. If you do not submit what I want, أَتْعَبْتُكَ فِي مَا تُرِيد. I will make it so hard and make you tired when you seek what you want. ثُمَّ لَا يَكُونُ إِلَّا مَا أُرِيد. Then at the end, it will be whatever I want. You go and try. Try. As much as you want, you will tire yourself out. If you do not submit, yes, you will not get to your desire. You will not get to where you want to achieve. Number 2, richness, wealth. We are told in the hadith of the Holy Sixth Imam, Ja'far ibn Muhammad al-Sadiq, salawatullahi wa salamu alayhi. أرض بما قسم الله لك تكن غنيا. Be pleased with whatever Allah has destined for you, you will become rich. The third is proximity to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The hadith of one of the ma'sumin says that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in hadith Qudsi, مَنْ لَمْ يَرْضَى بِقَضَائِي وَلَمْ يَصْبِرْ عَلَى بَلَائِي فَلْيَطْلُبْ رَبًّا سِوَاي. Whomsoever is not pleased with my decree and is not patient with my calamities, let them look for a Lord other than me. What do you mean? Look for a Lord other than me. That means don't come to me asking for help. Don't come to me supplicating for assistance, yes? And finally, number 4, you will become of the most knowledgeable of individuals. The hadith says, إِنَّ أَعْلَمَ النَّاسِ بِاللَّهِ أَرْضَاهُمْ بِقَضَاءِ اللَّهِ. Amongst the most knowledgeable in the eyes of Allah are those who are the most pleased with the decree of Allah. That is why the narration tells us, at the time of Bani Israel, there was a community who were faced with a difficulty, a challenge. They had to fight one of the enemies. And the Prophet said to them, 16 years it will take you until you defeat this enemy. They said, Ma sha Allah, la hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. That was their motto, slogan. They constantly said, Ma sha Allah, la hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. They submitted. They said, whatever Allah wants, no problem. We will fight for 16 years. They kept, after 1 year, they defeated the enemy. They came to this Prophet and said, hold on a minute, you told us 16 years. Why is it that after 1 year we defeated them? The Prophet said, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accelerated your victory because of your submission. He gave you this victory because you were entirely what? Submissive. The question that arises today is, no doubt each and every one of us here wants to be submissive. I have no doubt whatsoever. Yes? And it's much easier said than done, by the way. Theoretically, it's much easier. Every one of us knows that Islam is taslim. But most people ask and beg to know, how? I have faced this myself. People ask me at times of hardship, how? How do I become submissive? How do I accept wholeheartedly my heart to submit before Allah over what is happening before me? How do I get there? What are the practical steps? It requires your attention, please. It's slightly technical, but it's a journey that I will take you over a few minutes. A journey that's taken me years to somehow formulate, but a journey that I will present to you in a few minutes in the hope that we can digest and have discussions, inshallah, perhaps later and at other times, on how we can incorporate these 4 things into our lives so that eventually we come to taslim. You and I have heard in Majlis, in books, in lectures, certain terminologies in Islamic ethics. They are tawakkul, tafweed, rida, thiqa, yes, and taslim. These terms are often used to mean reliance on Allah, dependence on Allah, isn't it? You've heard these terms in Majalis. There are some scholars who've said they are all interchangeable, they're all the same. Rida, to be pleased with Allah. Tawakkul, to depend on Allah. Tafweed, to what? To abandon all the means and to depend entirely on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Taslim, submit. They say all this is the same. However, there is a beautiful narration from the commander of the faithful which needs your attention. It says, Al-Imanu lahu arba'atu arkan. Iman is made up of 4 pillars. Please understand this. Al-tawakkul ala Allah. To have tawakkul on Allah. Wa tafweed al-amri ila Allah. To have tafweed of the affairs to Allah. Wa rida bi qada'illah. And to be pleased with the decree of Allah. Wa taslimu li amrillah. And to have submission with whatever the Almighty wants. Are they all the same then? Because Amir al-Mu'mineen is saying, you need to have these 4 in order for you and I to reach ultimately what? That elusive goal of being submissive to the Almighty subhanahu wa ta'ala. Therefore, let's have a look at these 4. Let's begin to understand what is the difference between tawakkul, thiqa, tafweed, taslim, rida. Are they all the same? Or do they have slight differences? Yes. Number 1, tawakkul. Over 60 times in the Holy Quran. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala 7 times mentions the following. وَعَلَى اللَّهِ فَلْيَتَوَكَّلِ الْمُؤْمِنُونَ. The believers must rely on the Almighty subhanahu wa ta'ala. In marital ceremonies, often there is a wakil of a bride. Yes. They say, زَوَّجْتُكَ مُوَكِّلَتِي. Wakil means representative, yes? That means they have taken the authority from a particular individual in order to conduct a particular matter. Tawakkul in Islamic teachings means that a human being utilizes all means necessary to reach a particular goal, but realizes that these means are in the hands of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And the famous story of the Messenger of God, Rasulullah Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, is when somebody had this camel and said to him, Ya Rasulullah, I want to practice tawakkul, but I can't leave the camel outside the mosque. And the Prophet says, اعقلها وتوكل على الله. Tie the camel, but know that it's Allah who will protect your camel. That we know, isn't it? Tawakkul is the first step. Tawakkul is the first degree. It is the realization that I cannot do anything by myself. It is the recognition that whatever I want to do in my life, I need to know that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has the complete authority. I will try, I will place the efforts, I will seek the means. But I must know that I am not an independent entity. I must recognize that it's not entirely in my hands. Yes, nothing is in my hands. If Allah wants it to happen, then it will happen. That is why today, sometimes in our lives, we get somehow influenced by Western ideology, which is what? Portraying the notion that I want to do something, and if I want to, I will get to do it. Whereas as believers, we need to place the terminology of tawakkul in our what? Usual conversation. In other words, I have to say that inshallah, if Allah wants me to travel, I will travel. I have booked the ticket, I booked the hotel, but it's all in the hands of Allah. And this insha'Allah should be utilized correctly. I tell you, there are presidents of countries today who are using insha'Allah, who are non-Muslim. The previous health secretary in this country, his name doesn't deserve to be mentioned on the minbar. Yes? Very much partly to blame for the mess that we are in today. And the recognition is he used insha'Allah. You and I using insha'Allah means what? Some people say there is the Iraqi insha'Allah, Khoja insha'Allah, Pakistani insha'Allah, all these insha'Allahs. That means if I feel like it and tomorrow I wake up in the right side of bed, I'll do it. Yes? In the recognition that there was an individual by the name of Juha, he was, a folk tale or an Arab traveler. One day he went to sell his donkey. He said to his wife, I'm going to sell the donkey in the market. His wife said, say insha'Allah. He said, you know what, it's a donkey. What could go wrong? So he took the donkey. He went over a bridge to go to the marketplace in the village or the city. The bridge was feeble, weak. The donkey collapsed from the bridge, fell onto the river and died. Came back. The wife said, that was quick. Did you sell the donkey? He said, no. He said, what happened? He said, the donkey died, inshallah. Sometimes we use inshallah wrongly, isn't it? In the recognition that inshallah means I will do whatever I can. But everything is in the hands of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Somebody asked Amir al-Mu'mineen, how do you know Allah exists? How do you know Allah exists? One of the ways in which you can prove the existence of Allah. He replies, عرفت الله بفسق العزائم ونقض الهمم. He says, I know Allah exists because if I have a plan tomorrow, it might not take place. Sometimes I want something to happen, but it won't happen. Whatever I do, it just doesn't happen. I know there is a powerful being who's in control. Yes? Number one, that is tawakkul. Question, tafweed, second step. What is it? Some of you may have not heard about this before, yes? Tafweed comes from the Arabic to give over, to surrender, yes? It's used once in the Quran, وَأُفَوِّضُ أَمْرِي إِلَى اللَّهِ. It is utilized by mu'min of Ali Fir'aun, yes? That individual who kept his iman secret. Tafweed means what? It means when all the means are no longer at my disposal. I just have no means. I no longer have anything, yes, to build or to do whatever I wish to do. And therefore I surrender the affairs before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. A man by the name of Muhammad ibn Sa'id came to the Holy Sixth Imam one day upset. The Imam said to him, what's wrong with you? He said, I've just been blessed with a girl. He said, why are you upset? He said, I've been praying and praying and praying. I want Allah to give me a boy. Why is Allah not listening to me? Why is He not granting me with a son? Why have I been given a girl? Imam, look at the answer. Wallah, there are no group of people like the Ahl al-Bayt. Give me a group of people like Ali Muhammad who answer this way and I will follow them. Yes. There is no one like Ahl al-Bayt who understood Islam in this way. Look at how the Ahl al-Bayt answer. He said to him, oh Muhammad, you have two choices. Either Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives you whatever you want, but He then makes you responsible for the consequences. You deal with the consequences. Or He gives you whatever He wants, but He deals with the consequences. Which one do you want? This man thought, I can't deal with the consequences. I don't know what will happen. So he said to the Imam, don't worry. It's okay, I'll take the girl, it's fine. I don't want to deal with the consequences. Yes. Imam said, Allah has decreed for you to have a girl. Accept it, be happy, embrace it. Yes. That is an important realization that should emerge. Notice, Prophet Yaqub alayhi salam. And the story of Yusuf is another one that is highly powerful and empowering regarding submission. Why? Because if you think about it this way. Yaqub alayhi salam lost his son. His son was placed in the dungeons or in the prison. Later, he was instrumental in the saving of Bani Israel because they had 7 years of famine. I didn't know what to do. And it was because of Yusuf alayhi salam's instructions that they were able to look for the 7 years after, isn't it? And preserve the crops. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala had a plan. Yes, Yaqub lost a son, but it was for a bigger, much more important objective. And much more significant when we look at it, yes? When we are able to see certain aspects, then we begin to appreciate what's going on. The third area of great importance is الثقة بالله. We have what? Tawakkul. We have tafweed. Third is to trust Allah. You see, today we trust a lot of things. We trust science. We trust statistics. We trust logic. But when it comes to trusting Allah, there is a bit of a... Trusting Allah is different to tawakkul. It means what? Please understand this. This is perhaps the gem of the discussion tonight. If you understand what I'm about to say, then it will help you dealing with hardships, calamities, and difficulties. If you're asleep, it's time to wake up. Here is what is so important. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has a station reserved for each and every one of His creation. A station means what? He wants him to reach to a particular place. He has reserved for each and every one of His creation a degree, a status, a place to reach. And therefore, He subhanahu wa ta'ala will subject the human being to a number of trials and hardships and tests and calamities and exams in order to make them reach that status. Whatever you do will not change this. But you have a choice. You either embrace it and say, that is my ability to reach that level, or you say, why, and complain and lose hope and give up. And this is supported in the Holy Quran. Listen to this particular ayah, which highlights how each and every one of us has this key aspect that we must keep into consideration. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, chapter 57, verse number 22 and 23. ما أصاب من مصيبة في الأرض ولا في أنفسكم إلا في كتاب من قبل أن نبرأها. There is nothing that you and I go through, musibah, hardship, either in the earth or in ourselves, except that it is preserved before, written before. Then the next verse says, لِكَيْ لَا تَأْسَوْا عَلَى مَا فَاتَكُمْ, so that you do not become grieved over your past. وَلَا تَفْرَحُوا بِمَا آتَاكُمْ, you don't become overjoyous with what you have already. Allah says, I've given you things and I'm going to take things away from you. There is a status for you. Yes, Sayyid al-Shuhada was told this by the Holy Prophet of Islam. He said to him, Ya Husayn, إِنَّ لَكَ عِنْدَ اللَّهِ مَنْزِلَةً لَن تَنَالَهُ إِلَّا بِالشَّهَادَةِ. There is a status reserved for you, Ya Husayn. You will not attain the status except with martyrdom. It's written for you. Yes? Submission, when I am in the recognition that I trust Allah because there is a plan, a special plan for me, and it's an individual. Don't compare yourself to others. A lot of people say, you know what, why, for example, I can't have children. MashaAllah, there are all those having children. Why is my son or daughter turned out this way and there are others who have this? Why that? Why this? Each and every individual has their own journey. Each and every individual has a particular station they need to reach to. It's their potential. Allah wants us to reach our potential. It is part of His mercy. It is part of His plan for each and every one of us. That's what? That's number 3. Number 4 is rida, to be pleased. Well, to be pleased with what? There are 2 things to be pleased with. Number 1, Him subhanahu wa ta'ala. Number 2, what He gives and takes away. Because there is what is known as what? Al-irada al-takwiniya and al-irada al-tashri'iyya. What does that mean? It means the generative will and the legislative will of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You understand this, you'll understand many aspects, yes? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, this existence I have created, and there are things you and I have no control over. For example, when you eat, can you control absorption and digestion of your food? Can you say to your body, excuse me, I don't want this food to be absorbed? Can you? No. Tomorrow morning, can you wake up and say, I don't want the sun to rise? I don't want it. No. This is part of the generative will of Allah. It happens whether we like it or not. It is part of His decree. That is takwini. That is what is known as tashri'i, meaning that He has placed these laws, what is halal and what is haram, and He's expecting from you and I to abide by them. We have free will in this regard. Pray, wear hijab, don't listen to haram music, don't watch haram. This is up to us to follow or not, yes? When it comes to rida, 70 times mentioned in the Quran, over 70 ayat, rida means what? It means number one, I am pleased with Allah as my Lord, whatever He does. Because Amir al-Mu'mineen says, Ilahi, kafani fakhran an takuna li rabba. وَكَفَانِي عِزًّا أَنْ أَكُونَ لَكَ عَبْدًا. Oh Allah, it fills me with pride that you are my Lord, and it fills me with dignity that I am your servant. أَنْتَ كَمَا أُحِبْ فَاجْعَلْنِي كَمَا تُحِبْ. You are exactly how I want you to be, so make me how you want me to be. That is pure what? Submission. That means I love Allah. I don't love Him just by saying I love Him. Everybody says I love Allah. But when the push comes to shove and we're being shaken to the core, and it's the moment what? To break down. Then you'll say, I love Allah, because He is observant and He's allowed whatever's happened to you to happen. And He will not make anything happen to you that you cannot deal with. It's part of your station, part of your capacity. You can deal with it. Those giving up have given up on Allah. Simple. Yes? Those who say, I can't take this anymore, are questioning the justice of Allah. Because Allah Tabaraka wa Ta'ala is placing these things before us as part of our ability. So rida is the fourth area. Now we come to taslim. Yes? Taslim, somebody else says, fine, if I understand tawakkul and I understand tafweed, to surrender to Allah, and I understand I have to trust Him, there is a plan for me, and I appreciate that I have to be pleased with Allah, with whatever He gives and whatever He takes away, and I have to be pleased with whatever He has instructed me to do. How do I gain submission? There are 4 points for us to finally reflect over, practically apply into our lives. Number one, no resistance. No resistance. Quran chapter 4 verse number 65. فَلَا وَرَبِّكَ لَا يُؤْمِنُونَ. Allah swears, Wallah, they are not mu'mineen, until they make you an arbiter when it comes to disputes between them. ثُمَّ لَا يَجِدُوا فِي أَنفُسِهِمْ حَرَجًا مِمَّا قَضَيْتَ. Whatever you say, they do not feel uncomfortable about in their hearts. وَيُسَلِّمُوا تَسْلِيمًا. And they submit entirely. When you and I recite Ayatul Salawat, which says, إِنَّ اللَّهَ وَمَلَائِكَتَهُ يُصَلُّونَ عَلَى النَّبِيِّ يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا صَلُّوا عَلَيْهِ وَسَلِّمُوا تَسْلِيمًا. What does it mean, the last part, وَسَلِّمُوا تَسْلِيمًا? Means to say sallallahu alayhi wa alihi wa sallam. That is the opinion of some scholars. Majority say no. You believe and you submit and you recognize and you surrender that everything belongs to Allah, that we are mortal, weak human beings, and He's entirely in control. Yes? Therefore, the first point is no resistance in the heart. And that requires training. That requires perseverance. That requires being reminded time after time. That requires the other 3 points that I will mention. Number 2, we live in a world, and please pay attention to this, we will live in a world that way we want things quickly, don't we? There is Amazon Prime, there is Just Eat, there is, Uber Eats, there is all these things. And if they're late, complaint. Yes? If they don't deliver something quickly next day, we are living in a world where we want quick fixes, everything quick. Subhanallah, somebody says, sometimes, we get in the culture where we want to complain, everything has to come on a certain time. We complain to Allah, Ya Allah, I asked you yesterday, till now you haven't responded. Can you imagine? Yes? We live in a world of quick fixes. The second area of submission is to recognize that if it doesn't happen for a reason. Please remember the following. Musa alayhi salam's mother lost her son, and Allah gave her son after a few hours. Yaqub lost his son, and Allah gave him his son after a few years. The Holy Prophet of Islam lost his son, and Allah did not give him his son back. There is a plan for each and every one of them. Yes? In the recognition that, if I am not getting what I am asking from Allah, should I give up? Should I not even bother anymore? Or is there a bigger plan that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants from me, isn't it? That's number 2. Number 3 of great importance is that I must encapsulate myself with ilm and ma'rifah. The more knowledge I have about these things, the more I can accept and be submissive. I tell you, if someone comes now to you, a non-Muslim who is antagonistic about Islam and says to you, your Quran says that your prophet, one of the prophets, killed a 14-year-old boy, innocent boy. How could you do that? If you don't have knowledge and ma'rifah, what would you do? You struggle. Yes, Khidr alayhi salam killed the 14-year-old who is innocent, has not done anything wrong. Took him on the side and killed him. Quran says, if it was in hadith, you would reject it, isn't it? But it's in the Quran. How can you be submissive to this? So hard. Unless you have ilm and knowledge, unless you have ma'rifah. How? You recite the rest of the verses, you read the tafsir, you read the hadith. It tells you that Allah's plan for this young boy was that he should end his life. Why? Because if he had continued to live, he would have been oppressive to others and his parents. Out of the mercy of Allah, He took his life away. Each and every one of us would have taken that option. It's a merciful act. But before knowledge, it was an act of evil, wasn't it? Yes? So today we struggle with reading. Yes? Today we struggle with reading because we have these. And these can be a source of enlightenment for us, but many a times there are distractions. We're going through a distraction pandemic, by the way. Constantly distracted to check our messages on social media, and that's something we'll talk about tomorrow. But here's the thing. Have we dedicated and invested time towards reading and acquiring ma'rifah and knowledge? Or is our gaining of ilm passive? Majlis, a message on WhatsApp, a clip that I'd like to hear, but it's longer than 5 minutes, so I'm going to skip it. Are we becoming less and less interested in gaining true deep knowledge? Yes? Then perhaps our forefathers? Perhaps. It's a point for us to reflect upon, yes? An invitation today is that we recognize that knowledge that we gain is not only that from the mimbar or that from the madrasa, which is powerful and important. We need to have that pain. That pain is good. When I grab that book and it's a bit difficult and I need to call Maulana and say, Maulana, what does this sentence mean? That pain is good. Allah will reward you for that pain. Don't fall into the sin of saying that that I will only read that which is comfortable. Maulana, this is too difficult for me. I'm not saying go and read complex works. I'm saying learn about aspects of Islam such as Aqeedah and Tawheed through deep research. Yes? Go and investigate. If you don't want to read, there are lectures which are in detail. There are houses to sign up. The point is, the ma'rifah is necessary for us to submit. And finally, number 4, the final part, it's very important, and I believe we're suffering more with this than any other point. Do you know what this is? The 6th Holy Imam says, إِنَّمَا كُلِّفَ النَّاسُ ثَلَاثَ. People have been given 3 major responsibilities. مَعْرِفَةُ الْأَئِمَّةِ, to know who the Imams are. وَالتَّسْلِيمُ لَهُمْ, and to submit to them. وَالرَّدِّ إِلَيْهِمْ, and to go back to them. Today, more than any other time, we have Shi'as, speakers, so-called alims who are casting doubts in the minds of others, and others who are following them and saying what? Forget this. It can't be that the Imam said this. Don't do this. And therefore, there is a growth of what I call the illness of audacity against Ali Muhammad. They say this, but I believe this. There is no submission. The 4th point is submission to Ahl al-Bayt. Because if you submit to Ahl al-Bayt, you submit to Allah. They are the representative of Allah on this earth. Listen to this amazing story. I was inspired when I heard this man by the name of Abdullah ibn Abi Ya'fur. He came to the 6th Holy Imam. He had a pomegranate. He said to him, Yabna Rasulullah, I'm going to split this pomegranate. He splits it before Imam al-Sadiq. He says to him, if you say to me, this is halal and this is haram, wallah, I will do exactly what you say to me. Imam says, Rahimakallah, Rahimakallah. Tell you today, if one of the Maraja said this, not comparing the Maraja to the Imams, there will be many who will say, hold on, that doesn't make sense. This part is halal and this part is haram. The recognition today is unfortunately what? Unfortunately, not only the fact that we are objecting to the statements of the Ahl al-Bayt as presented to us by our Maraja and ulama, but also feeling unhappy about it. You want to get taslim, but you're still in the heart very angry about some of the aspects that the holy Ahl al-Bayt have presented for you and I. Yes? We have to be recognizing where and how we can achieve submission through understanding the status of the Ahl al-Bayt alayhum as-salam. A man by the name of Kulayb, at the time of the sixth Imam, was called Kulayb Taslim. So they asked, why is he known as Kulayb Taslim? They said, this man, every time he heard قال Ja'far ibn Muhammad, he said, Aslamt, Aslamt, I submit, I submit. Someone asked the question, does that mean we suspend the aql? Very important question. If you're telling me I must submit wholeheartedly, 100%, categorically to Ali Muhammad, what is the role of my aql? I am actually using my aql when I'm submitting to these holy individuals. Why? Because my aql tells me I don't know what Allah wants from me. I need to hear and be obedient to those chosen by Allah. My aql tells me, how do I know what is good for me? How? Yes? The submission to Ali Muhammad is today being shaken to the core. Wallah. And I am on social media, I see the behavior of the youth, the behavior of others, inspired by certain individuals. And today we have to be alert. We have to be alert, yes? We have a system. We have marja'iyya, we have taqleed, we have ulama. Yes? We have a heritage, 1400 years. Yes? And I will, inshallah, speak in a couple of days' time as to Islamic law. Does it make sense? Can aql and intellect support Islamic law? Or which one should we turn to? But the recognition today is, if I want to be submissive to Allah, I have to be submissive to the representatives of Allah. That's the full story, yes. That is why you come to Karbala. And you'll see examples from both sides. Those who submitted and those who didn't. Ubaydullah ibn al-Hurr al-Ju'fi. Do you know who this man is? A man who fought against Amir al-Mu'mineen in Saffin. But look at the hearts of Ali Muhammad. They're full of mercy and hope for people. So Sayyid al-Shuhada, in a place known as Qasr Bani Muqatil, calls him, but he does not come. He says, I will go to him. Goes to the tent, enters. Ubaydullah ibn al-Hurr says to him, welcome ya ibn Rasulillah, can I help you? Imam al-Husayn said, you know that I am now rising against the oppressive rulers, and I am enjoining the good and forbidding the evil. Will you support me? Ubaydullah says, no, because I have a business and I have family. But I can give you my horse if you like. It's quite a fast horse. Imam says, I don't need your horse. But I'll tell you one thing. Go away from here. Because wallah, if you hear our cries on the day of Ashura and you do not support us, Allah will place you on your face in Jahannam. This is who? Somebody who had the chance to submit to Ali Muhammad and to say, Ya Aba Abdullah, you are asking me to join you? I will give my life and everything that I have for you. That is what is expected today. Yes? And then you have these amazing examples of companions. And even better, those around Aba Abdullah from his family. I tell you, if someone asks me, give me a sentence from a person who summarizes your entire discussion tonight, I tell them, look at what the daughter of Ali said, Ma ra'aytu illa jamila. I have not seen anything but beauty. Is there a better sentence that summarizes rida, taslim, tawakkul, al-thiqa billah, al-tafweed in one line? Zainab bint Ali teaches mankind exactly how to submit before Allah. It's calamity, it's hardship, it's pain, yet everything is beauty. Salamullahi alayk ya Zainab al-Kubra. Yes. And then you have examples of companions of the Ahl al-Bayt and Imam Abdullah al-Husayn who saw salvation through taslim and submission. You see, on the morning of Ashura, Sayyid al-Shuhada had an amazing dua. This was his first dua in the early hours of the 10th of Muharram. The dua is something that you and I need to recite and ponder upon. Allahumma anta thiqati fi kulli karb. وَأَنْتَ رَجَائِي فِي كُلِّ شِدَّةٍ. He speaks to his Lord. He says, Ya Allah, you are my thiqa. I trust you in every hardship. And you are the one I return back to in every difficulty. وَأَنْتَ لِي فِي كُلِّ أَمْرٍ نَزَلَ بِي ثِقَةٌ وَعُدَّةٌ. Everything in my life that I've been affected, I know I can turn to you because you don't disappoint me. If you reflect on that dua, Imam al-Husayn never said in that dua, help me, save my life. He didn't. He said, Ya Allah, I trust you. Your plan is beautiful. You have never let me down. Try it. Next time you go through pain and suffering, speak to Allah and say, Ya Allah, I embrace your plan. I am pleased with whatever you put me through. Because this is the language of the lovers of Husayn and Zainab. This is how we should be conducting our lives, yes? And those around about Abdullah recognized that through submission, salvation is obtained. One after the other. Desperate to give their lives for Husayn, but also to return back so that they can give their lives once again. And some said we would do this 1,000 times. Just so that we taste the sweetness of Shahada for the sake of Allah with Aba Abdullah. And one of them was Al-Hurr ibn Yazid al-Riyahi, an example of a man who had a choice to submit or to stay on the path of shaitan. But he submitted to Allah and followed Ali Muhammad, didn't he? How many times we've thought of Hurr as a man who was what? Looking for the path of Tawbah, 100%. And Hurr is an example for those of us in our Majlis tonight who have sinned and have done wrong and think that Allah will not forgive them. No doubt the door of Tawbah is open. But Hurr is also a wonderful example of taslim, isn't it? Because he looked at the army of Imam al-Husayn, a few in number, and said, Inni ukhayyiru nafsi bayna al-jannati wal-nar. I am choosing between hell and Jannah. And wallah, I will never choose anything over paradise. He marches with his horse. He reaches the campsite of Abu Abdullah with his head down. He dismounts from the horse. He says, Ya Aba Abdullah, halli min tawbah. I am the one who stopped you from reaching Kufa. I am the one who made you settle down here. Is there a way which you can accept my forgiveness? Imam said, of course, Allah will forgive you. Yes. أنت حر في الدنيا والآخرة. You are free in this world and akhirah. Imam said to him, by submission and taslim, you have been emancipated. You are now free. Yes. And Al-Hurr said something on the way to Karbala, yes, which indicates his respect for Ali Muhammad. When he was having a conversation with Imam al-Husayn alayhi salam, Imam said to him, may your mother mourn over you. Because he was threatening Abu Abdullah. Hurr looks at Imam and says, I know who your mother is. I will never say anything about your mother. Your mother is Fatima Zahra. Allahu Akbar. This Fatima Zahra, another embodiment of taslim and submission. Yes. The poet says, oh Fatima, you were slapped on your cheeks. Your bones were crushed between the wall and the door. How many bones were crushed in Karbala? How many cheeks were slapped on the 10th of Muharram and beyond? Yes. Abu Abdullah al-Husayn, his strength amongst a number of other key features was his remembrance of Fatima Zahra. You mention Fatima on the 10th and Husayn becomes different. Yes. Because his relationship with his mother was something outstanding. I say to you, perhaps it's because he saw what happened to his mother. Yes. He was amongst the eyewitnesses that saw them whip Fatima, saw them strike Fatima, saw them take the rights of Fatima az-Zahra. Yes. And that's why the narrations tell us on the final moments of the life of Sayyidah Fatima, it was Abu Abdullah al-Husayn, yes, who would recall these moments. And perhaps it would play in his mind on the 10th of Muharram. The riwayat tell us when they entered that room and they saw their beloved mother Fatima lying in the state, Imam al-Hasan and Husayn began to scream, Ummah Fatima, oh mother Fatima, respond to us. We are your sons. I am Hasan, I am Husayn. They come come next to the body, it's a lifeless body. No response from their mother Fatima. The next thing breaks the heart. Imam al-Hassan throws his body on top of the body of his mother. He hugs his mother. Imam al-Husayn waits because Imam al-Hassan is now embracing his mother Fatima. He sheds the tears. Abu Abdullah looks at his brother. Imam al-Hassan said, Ummah Fatima, who is it that's made me a yatim? Now he allows Imam al-Husayn to embrace the body of Sayyidatun Nisa Fatima. That moment, Amir al-Mu'mineen is told, Ya Ali, remove Husayn from the chest of Fatima. Allahu Akbar. Why? The Malaika cannot bear to see Husayn on the chest of Fatima. They cannot bear. Abu Abdullah al-Husayn was involved in the burial of Sayyidah Fatima. Yes? Abu Abdullah al-Husayn was next to the grave of Sayyidah Fatima. Alongside his brother, his father, all of them, they were there. The narrations tell us, when they buried Sayyidatun Nisa, Amir al-Mu'mineen stayed with Imam al-Hassan and Husayn reciting Quran on the grave of Sayyidah Fatima. At that moment, Amir al-Mu'mineen falls asleep on the grave of Sayyidah. Sayyidah, what says to him in the dream? She says to him, Ya Abul Hassan, I am grateful for you reciting the Quran, but I have one request for you. What is that request? Oh my beloved Fatima, my daughter Zainab has just woken up in the house. She's crying. She's wondering where her mother Fatima is. Allahu Akbar. Amir al-Mu'mineen wakes up, rushes towards the house. You see, when Amir al-Mu'mineen later was struck, when he was being carried by the Imams, when he reached the door, he said, don't carry me. They said, Father, why? He said, I don't want my daughter to see me in this state. He was thinking of Sayyidah Zainab. Sayyidah Fatima was thinking of Sayyidah Zainab. We say to them, Ya Ali. We say to them, Ya Fatima. Come to Karbala and see what Zainab had to see. What musibah Zainab did not see, that she was known as Ummul Masa'ib. I take you to Medina. Muhammad ibn al-Hanafiya, yes, the brother of the Imams, in Medina, he is waiting for the caravan. When they arrive, he comes to receive Imam Zayn al-Abidin. He welcomes him. He says to him, my nephew, what happened on the 10th of Muharram? Why is it that your father is not here? Where is Abbas and where is Qasim and Akbar? When he is talking to Imam Zayn al-Abidin, all of a sudden there is a lady that comes close to the conversation. Muhammad ibn al-Hanafiya, according to the riwayah, says to Imam Zayn al-Abidin, please tell this lady to get away. She is making me uncomfortable. I don't know who she is. Imam Zayn al-Abidin says, uncle, do you not recognize your sister Zainab? Allahu Akbar. Zainab has lost so much. She has changed so much that Muhammad ibn al-Hanafiya does not recognize her. When he looks at her, she says, oh brother, do not be surprised, because what I saw changes every human being. But I tell you, do you know what changed Zainab and what affected her skin? The narrations tell us that they used to keep the children and those of the Ahl al-Bayt under the heat of the sun. So they would come to Zainab and say, Auntie Zainab, the burning rays of the sun are burning our skin. Please help us. Zainab would say, come under my aba. She would place them under the aba, but her skin would be burnt under the rays of the sun. Such was the selfless Zainab al-Kubra, yes. But I leave you with this, yes? Zainab and Fatima and Husayn. A beautiful connection, isn't it? A connection that is established in the last moments of the life of Abu Abdullah. When he's about to go towards the battlefield, he hears the name of Fatima. And when Husayn hears Fatima, the heart breaks, the heart stops, the body stops. He hears this line, Mahlan, Mahlan, Yabna Zahra. Oh, the son of Zahra. Abdullah, come back. Imam al-Husayn looks behind. It's Sayyida Zainab. He returns. He says, my dear sister, what is it that you have called me for? She said, my dear brother, dismount from your horse. He dismounts from the horse. She looks at him. She has one final request. Husayn, my dear brother, I would like to see your neck. Show me your chest. Abu Abdullah submits. This is Zainab. He doesn't ask any questions. He says to her, very well, here is my chest. Here is my neck. Why do you want them for? She doesn't say anything. She comes and kisses the neck of Abu Abdullah. She embraces the chest of Husayn. Then she looks towards Medina. Assalamu alayki ya Ummah, ya Fatimatu Zahra. Now Abu Abdullah asks, my sister Zainab, why did you do this? She says, my brother Husayn, in the last moments of the life of our mother Fatima, she said to me, you'll be the last to see my Husayn. I want you to do this amana for me. Fulfill this pledge for me. Kiss him on his chest. Embrace him on his neck. I wonder why on the neck. I wonder why on the chest. ألا لعنة الله على القوم الظالمين وسيعلم الذين ظلموا أي منقلب ينقلبون والعاقبة للمتقين وإنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون. مأتم حسين. يا حسين. Please welcome His Eminence Samahat al-Sheikh Dirani for the Urdu Masaib wa Salawat ala Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad.
सल्लल्लाहु अलैका या मौला वब्न मौला सल्लल्लाहु अलैका या इब्न रसूलिल्लाह रूही व जिस्मी व अरवाहुल आलमीन लकल फिदा या गरीब व या मज़लूम करबला। अज़ादारो, आज माह मुहर्रम की 5वीं शब है। मामूलन उलमा हज़रात हज़रत हबीब इब्न मज़ाहिर का तज़किरा करते हैं। कौन हबीब? वो हबीब जो इमाम हुसैन अलैहिस्सलाम के बचपन के दोस्त हबीब। आप जानते हैं कि रसूलुल्लाह ने एक मर्तबा अपने असहाब से कहा, जब रसूलुल्लाह ने देखा कि हबीब इब्न मज़ाहिर इमाम हुसैन के पीछे जाते हैं, फिर क्या करते हैं? इमाम हुसैन अलैहिस्सलाम के कदमों के खाक को लेते हैं हबीब और चूमते हैं हुसैन के कदमों के खाक को। उसके बाद हबीब उस खाक को अपने सर पे रखते हैं। हुजूर ने फरमाया, इसलिए हम हबीब को पसंद करते हैं। क्यों? क्योंकि हबीब हुसैन को पसंद करते हैं। हाँ अज़ादारो, 4थी या 5वीं मुहर्रम को जब यजीदी फौज में मुख्तलिफ मलाइन की फौज में मुख्तलिफ मलाइन अपने लश्कर लाते गए, कभी हुरमला मलऊन अपनी फौज के साथ आया, कभी शिम्र अपनी फौज को लेकर आया, और जब घोड़ों की टापों की आवाज़ ज़ैनब की कान में गूंजती है तो ज़ैनब फ़िज़्ज़ा से पूछती है, ज़रा देखो फ़िज़्ज़ा कौन आया है? तो फ़िज़्ज़ा आके कहती थी कि शहज़ादी शिम्र का फ़ौज आया है। शहज़ादी कभी कहती थी फ़िज़्ज़ा कि हुरमला का लश्कर आया है। तो ज़ैनब का दिल धड़कने लगा, ज़ैनब घबराने लगी।
ایک مرتبہ زینب اپنے ماجھائے کے خیمے میں آتی ہے اور کہتی ہے اے میرے ماجھائے، آیا آپ کا کوئی ایسا مونس و یاور نہیں ہے، آپ کا کوئی دوست نہیں ہے جو آپ کی نصرت کے لیے آئے، جو آپ کی مدد کے لیے آئے؟ مولا حسین نے فرمایا کہ اے بہن زینب کیوں نہیں، میرا ایک بچپن کا دوست ہے حبیب، ان کو میں خط لکھوں گا۔ ایک مرتبہ امام حسین علیہ السلام جب خط میں لکھتے ہیں تو کس طریقے سے مخاطب ہوتے ہیں؟ آپ جاننا چاہیں گے کہ امام وقت حبیب سے کس طریقے سے مخاطب ہوتے ہیں؟ حبیب سے کہتے ہیں کہ من الحسین الغریب الی رجل فقیہ، یہ حسین غریب کی طرف سے ہے یہ خط، رجل فقیہ یعنی حبیب ابن مظاہر۔ امام حسین علیہ السلام حبیب کو رجل فقیہ کے نام سے پکارتے ہیں، فقیہ کے نام سے پکارتے ہیں۔ حبیب ابن مظاہر الاسدی پھر امام لکھتے ہیں کہ اے حبیب، حسین دشمنوں کے درمیان گھیرے ہوئے ہیں، اگر ہو سکے تو آؤ حسین کی نصرت کرو، اگر تم نے حسین کی نصرت کی تو قیامت کے دن میرے نانا تمہاری سفارش کریں گے۔ اب دوپہر کا وقت تھا، حبیب اپنی اہلیہ کے ساتھ کھانا کھاتے تھے کہ اچانک قاصد دروازے کو کھٹکھٹاتا ہے، دق الباب کرتا ہے۔ جب حبیب دروازہ کھولتے ہیں، قاصد خط لے کر آتا ہے۔ حبیب ابن مظاہر خط کو پڑھتے ہیں۔ جب خط کو پڑھتے ہیں تو حبیب کی اہلیہ نے پوچھا کہ اے حبیب کس کا خط ہے؟ تو حبیب فرماتے ہیں کہ فاطمہ کے لال کا خط ہے، فاطمہ کے چاند کا خط ہے۔ کون؟ کہا حسین ابن علی کا خط ہے۔ کیا کہتے ہیں حسین؟ حسین کہتے ہیں کہ دشمنوں کے درمیان حسین گھیرے ہوئے ہیں، پھنس گئے ہیں، وہ میری نصرت کے لیے چاہتے ہیں، مجھے پکارتے ہیں تاکہ میں ان کی مدد کے لیے جاؤں۔ اب حبیب امتحان کرتے ہیں، سوال کرتے اپنی اہلیہ سے کہ میں جاؤں یا نہ جاؤں۔ ایک مرتبہ حبیب کی اہلیہ مومنہ تھی، کہتی ہے کہ رسول کے نواسے فاطمہ کے لال، فاطمہ کا چاند مدد کے لیے پکارتے ہیں اور آپ پوچھتے ہیں کہ میں جاؤں یا نہ جاؤں؟ ابھی جائیے۔ ہاں عزادارو، حبیب روانہ ہوتے ہیں۔ حبیب کا وطن کوفہ تھا، یاد رکھیے گا۔ حبیب کوفے سے روانہ ہوتے ہیں، کربلا پہنچتے ہیں۔ جب کربلا پہنچتے ہیں حبیب، ایک مرتبہ حسین کے خیام سے تکبیروں کی آواز گونجتی ہے۔ جب یہ تکبیروں کی آواز زینب کبریٰ کی کان میں گونجتی ہے تو ایک مرتبہ زینب دوبارہ فضہ سے پوچھتی ہے، فضہ ذرا دیکھ کر جاؤ کون آیا ہے۔ فضہ جب جاتی ہے اور دیکھتی ہے، واپس آتی ہے، فضہ زینب سے کہتی ہے اے آقازادی، اے شہزادی، میرے مولا کے بچپن کے دوست حبیب آئے ہوئے ہیں، بس یہ سننا تھا کہ ایک مرتبہ زینب کہتی ہے فضہ جاؤ حبیب کو میرا سلام پہنچاؤ، کہو زینب کبریٰ نے، علی کی بیٹی نے تمہیں سلام بھیجا ہے۔ جب فضہ جاتی ہے حبیب سے کہتی ہے کہ اے حبیب، زینب کبریٰ نے سلام بھیجا ہے، بس یہ سننا تھا کہ حبیب اپنے رخساروں پہ تماچے مارتے ہیں اور کہتے ہیں کہ آل محمد پر یہ وقت آیا ہے، کون سی مصیبت کی گھڑی آئی ہے کہ زینب کبریٰ جیسی شخصیت مجھ غلام پر سلام بھیجے۔ آزادارو، سرزمین کربلا میں حبیب کی شہادت ہوتی ہے۔ یہ لوٹا ہوا قافلہ جب کربلا سے کوفہ چلا، جب کوفہ پہنچتا ہے یہ قافلہ، آپ نے بارہا سنا کہ شہیدوں کے سروں کو نوکے نیزے پہ رکھا گیا۔ جب یہ شہیدوں کے سر کو نوکے نیزے پہ رکھا گیا، ان شہیدوں کے سروں میں حبیب ابن مظاہر کا سر بھی تھا۔ ہاں، حبیب کے ایک فرزند تھے۔ آپ کی زحمت کو میں نے تمام کیا۔ بس اس جملہ کو سماعت فرمائیے. بس اگر یہ جملہ آپ سن چکے اور میری مجلس تمام، مصائب تمام، مصیبت تمام. ایک مرتبہ جب حبیب کا سر کوفے میں پہنچتا ہے سب شہداء کے سروں کے ساتھ، جب حبیب کے فرزند پہنچتے ہیں کوفے کے بازار میں اور اپنے بابا کے سر کو دیکھتے ہیں نوکے نیزہ پہ، حبیب کے فرزند اس نیزے کے قریب پہ آتے ہیں جس شقیق کے ہاتھ میں اس نیزہ تھا، جس نیزے میں حبیب کا سر تھا. وہ فرزند حبیب کے آتے ہیں اور چھین لیتے ہیں اس نیزے کو اور حبیب کے سر کو یعنی اپنے بابا کے سر کو چھین کے دوڑتے ہیں. لیکن دوڑنے سے پہلے ایک جملہ کہتے ہیں حبیب کے فرزند، عزادارو آیا وہ جملہ آپ سن سکو گے؟ انہوں نے ایک جملہ کہا. عزادارو پتہ ہے وہ کون سا جملہ تھا؟ بہت دردناک جملہ تھا. حبیب کے فرزند نے کہا کہ جس کا جوان بیٹا زندہ ہو وہ کبھی بھی قبول نہیں کرے گا کہ اس کے بابا کے سر کو نوکے نیزہ پر رکھا جائے اور دیار بدیار پھرایا جائے. عزادارو ایک مرتبہ غضب آیا، قیامت آئی، زنجیروں کی جھنکار کی آواز آئی. میرے مولا سجاد فریاد کرنے لگے، بابا کی طرف رخ کیا اور ایک جملہ کہا، بابا معاف کیجئے بابا، آپ کے پاس بھی جوان فرزند ہے لیکن آپ کا بیٹا مجبور ہے، ہاتھوں میں ہتھکڑیاں، پاؤں میں بیریاں، گلے میں خاردار توک. الا لعنت اللہ علی القوم الظالمین وسيعلم الذين ظلموا أي منقلب ينقلبون. إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون. رضا بقضائه وتسليما لأمره. ماتم حسین یا حسین یا حسین یا حسین.
یا حسین 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 حسین یا حسین. اصغر بن تیرے میں چین کہاں سے پاؤں، اصغر بن تیرے میں چین کہاں سے پاؤں، اصغر بن تیرے میں چین کہاں سے پاؤں. لوٹ کے آ جا لال تیرے جی بر کے ناز اٹھاؤں، اصغر بن تیرے میں چین کہاں سے پاؤں، اصغر بن تیرے میں چین کہاں سے پاؤں. میری آنکھ کا تارا ہے تو مجھ کو جان سے پیارا ہے، ماں دکھیاری کے جینے کا تو ہی لال سہارا ہے، تجھے چھوڑ کے تنہا مقتل میں کیسے شام کو جاؤں، اصغر بن تیرے میں چین کہاں سے پاؤں، اصغر بن تیرے میں چین کہاں سے پاؤں، آ لوٹ کے آ جا لال تیرے جی بر کے ناز اٹھاؤں، اصغر بن تیرے میں چین کہاں سے پاؤں، اصغر بن تیرے میں چین کہاں سے پاؤں، تیری وہ معصوم ادائیں تیری یاد دلاتی ہیں، تیری پیار کی وہ سب باتیں مجھ کو بہت رلاتی ہیں، میں تیری جدائی میں بیٹا رو رو کے مرنا چاہوں، اصغر بن تیرے میں چین کہاں سے پاؤں، اصغر بن تیرے میں چین کہاں سے پاؤں، آ لوٹ کے آ جا لال تیرے جی بر کے ناز اٹھاؤں، اصغر بن تیرے میں چین کہاں سے پاؤں، اصغر بن تیرے میں چین کہاں سے پاؤں، لوریوں والے یہ تو تیرے ناز اٹھانے کے دن تھے، آنکھوں میں تیری خوشیوں کے خواب سجانے کے دن تھے، آ لوٹ کے اصغر آ بیٹا تیرا کرتا میں بدلاؤں، اصغر بن تیرے میں چین کہاں سے پاؤں، اصغر بن تیرے میں چین کہاں سے پاؤں، آ لوٹ کے آ جا لال تیرے جی بر کے ناز اٹھاؤں، اصغر بن تیرے میں چین کہاں سے پاؤں، اصغر بن تیرے میں چین کہاں سے پاؤں، بھول نہیں سکتی ماں اصغر پیاسے ہونٹ تیرے بیٹا، خالی گود ہے اور زندہ ہے، آ جا ماں کے پاس آ جا، اے ننھے مجاہد میں تیری اشکوں سے پیاس بجھاؤں، اصغر بن تیرے میں چین کہاں سے پاؤں، اصغر بن تیرے میں چین کہاں سے پاؤں، آ لوٹ کے آ جا لال تیرے جی بر کے ناز اٹھاؤں، اصغر بن تیرے میں چین کہاں سے پاؤں، اصغر بن تیرے میں چین کہاں سے پاؤں، اتنی ہے بے چین سکینہ تیرے ناز اٹھانے کو، صبح و شام ترستی ہے وہ تیرا دل بہلانے کو، تیری لاڈلی بہن سکینہ کا میں دل کیسے بہلاؤں، اصغر بن تیرے میں چین کہاں سے پاؤں، اصغر بن تیرے میں چین کہاں سے پاؤں، نہ لوٹ کے آ جلال تیرے جی بھر کے ناز اٹھاؤں اصغر بن تیرے میں چین کہاں سے پاؤں اصغر بن تیرے میں چین کہاں سے پاؤں اصغر بن تیرے میں چین کہاں سے پاؤں یا حسین یا حسین یا
کہتی تھی زینب اے میرے شینوں کہتی تھی زینب میرے دلوں اونو محمد میرے اونو محمد اونو محمد میرے اونو محمد اونو محمد میرے اونو محمد خواب یہ زینب کا تھا چاند ستارے میرے چاند ستارے ماموں پہ ہو کے فدا گود کے پارے میرے گود کے پارے خواب یہ سچا ہوا سر میرا اونچا رہا ہونے کو شے پر فدا لال میرے شیر میرے چاند میرے اونو محمد میرے اونو محمد اونو محمد میرے اونو محمد جعفر تیار کے خون کے عکاس ہو خون کے عکاس حسن میں اکبر ہو تم جوش میں عباس ہو جوش میں عباس جنگ کے میدان میں موت کے ارمان میں سایہ قرآن میں ایسے ہو تو ایسے پڑھو موت پہ تم توت پڑھو اونو محمد میرے اونو محمد اونو محمد میرے اونو محمد ہاں میری تاکید پر دھیان تمہارا رہے دھیان تمہارا جا کے رب نہر بھی پیاس کا والا رہے پیاس والا دودھ نہ بخشوں گی میں منہ بھی نہ دیکھوں گی میں شیر کی بیٹی ہوں میں وعدہ کرو آؤ چلو چپ نہ رہو اونو محمد میرے اونو محمد اونو محمد میرے اونو محمد مان کے پیاسے ہو تم پیاس پہ کعبو رہے پیاس پہ کعبو شیخ علمدار کی سانس میں کشبو رہے سانس میں کشبو اور یہ بس یہ تمنا میری راج رہے خون کی ہے یہ وصیت میری کھاؤ قسم جاؤ حشم ہوگا نقم اون محمد میرے اونو محمد اونو محمد میرے اونو محمد اور یہ کہنا لگا بھائی محمد سنو بھائی محمد ایک طرف میں بنو ایک طرف تم بنو ایک طرف تم جنگ ہو پہ جیسے تم جنگ کریں ایسے ہم مامو ہمیں دے آرام دے کے ہمیں بامہ کہے جیتے رہے اونو محمد میرے اونو محمد اونو محمد میرے اونو محمد یا حسین یا حسین یا حسين.
محمد وآل محمد صلوات.
السلام عليك يا أبا عبد الله، السلام عليك يا ابن رسول الله، السلام عليك يا ابن أمير المؤمنين وابن سيد الوصيين، السلام عليك يا فاطمة الزهراء سيدة نساء العالمين، السلام عليك يا أبا عبد الله وعلى الأرواح التي حلت بفنائك، عليك مني سلام الله أبدا ما بقيت وبقي الليل والنهار، ولا جعله الله آخر العهد مني لزيارتكم. السلام على الحسين وعلى علي بن الحسين وعلى أولاد الحسين وعلى أصحاب الحسين، خصوصا سيدي ومولاي أبا الفضل العباس بن أمير المؤمنين. السلام عليك يا شهداء كربلاء جميعا ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام عليك يا مولى وابن مولى، السلام عليك يا غريب الغرباء، السلام عليك يا معين الضعفاء والفقراء، السلام عليك يا شمس الشموس ونيس النفوس أيها المدفون بأرض توس، السلام عليك يا سلطان أبا الحسن علي بن موسى الرضا، كن شفيعنا وشفيع والدينا في يوم الجزاء ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام عليك يا مولانا يا صاحب العصر والزمان، الأمان 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 من فتنة الزمان، السلام عليك يا خليفة الرحمن، السلام عليك يا شريك القرآن، السلام عليك يا إمامنا وإمام الإنس والجان، أجل الله تعالى فرجك وسهل الله تعالى مخرجك وزهورك ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم كن لوليك الحجة بن الحسن صلواتك عليه وعلى آبائه في هذه الساعة وفي كل ساعة وليا وحافظا وقائدا وناصرا ودليلا وعينا حتى تسكنه أرزك توعا وتمتعه فيها طويلا. اللهم صل على محمد.
Muhammad. From the sounds of things, people are tired, so I'll give you an extra 5 minutes. The scheduled program for that was the question answer, which was due to start at 11 o'clock. Inshallah, will start shortly after. So inshallah, if we can take some light refreshments and inshallah try to head back, and inshallah we'll try and start as soon as possible. Thank you. Wa Muhammadin wa ali Muhammad. Salawat.
Middle East, Africa, Australia, and New Zealand. Our second guest is Brother Abbas Lokat. Abbas is known as Mr. PT. He's our personal trainer. He's a level 4 qualified personal trainer, works with people from all walks of life. Having 12 years of industry experience, Abbas works with clients to help them achieve their goals and to enable them to understand the importance of exercise. Having lived and breathed sports and exercise all his life, Abbas has a passion for perfection and a drive for success. Being very competitive, Abbas thrives on winning and overcoming any obstacles in life. With a commitment to mind, body, and soul ethos, Abbas focuses on a holistic approach to fitness and pushes the mindset to all that benefits from his knowledge. After deciding 3 years ago to focus on coaching as a full-time career, Abbas has successfully transformed many people's lives and continues to push everyone around him to also realize the benefits of fitness and exercise. So inshallah, we hope to get some good insight from him regarding the physical aspects. Next, we have Brother Safraz Jairaj, who is a psychologist. Dr. Safraz Jairaj is a clinical psychologist working with patients suffering from depression and anxiety disorders in the NHS. He is also a senior teacher fellow at the University of Surrey in the Department of Psychology. He is also the lead for capacity building at COEG, which offers mental health first aid training and is engaged with well-being related workshops. Last but not least, we have Sister Munzila Raza, who is a doctor and Islamic teacher, currently a fourth-year student at the Al-Mahdi Institute in Birmingham and doing an MA in Islamic Studies at the University of Birmingham. Previous background in medicine and community projects include ICBL, which is Islamic Case-Based Learning, which is an alternative to instructive teaching. Can we welcome all our guests and panelists with a loud salawat? So I think I'm going to start off with asking questions. There will be an opportunity during the second half for the floor to ask questions. So if I can kick off with Sheikh. As Shia Muslims, what can we take from Bibi Zainab and Imam Sajjad's journey and apply it in this day and age to help keep it together?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I was praying that I won't be the first. But my dua, as I said in the Majlis, may not be answered. Anyway, first of all, thank you so much to the management, and especially to Brother Samir, our President Sahib, for arranging this particular discussion. Very important discussion, combining three absolutely pivotal areas in our lives. Many a times people look at me and they say, our solution in life is if our souls are healthy. My response is, if you don't look after your mind and your body, forget it. Because if you look at some of our ulama and maraji' today, subhanallah, 80, 90, they're very, they've looked after their health, their diet, their mental well-being. It's not only about purification of the soul. We are told that the body, of course, is the carrier of the soul. And, philosophers have talked about the connection. The connection is deep in the idea that if you don't pay attention to some aspects, important aspects of your body, then there is no hope to progress in as far as your soul is concerned. Now, regarding the question, and I do realize it's quite late, so we might have to, limit the answers to short. And so I would like to hear more from you, and I would like to benefit from the panel very much so. So please, if you do have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask the other members of the panel. Okay. And I will be here to answer as well if there is anything, but I am particularly looking forward to hearing more about diet and a healthy mind as well. So very briefly, now we are in the month of Muharram and Safar. We remember the sacrifice of the Ahl al-Bayt. Sayyidah Zainab and Imam Zain al-Abidin alayhi salam have a very interesting role in our lives, because very much the aftermath of Muharram is related to what they did. I feel that one of the most powerful spiritual and mindful, so to speak, individuals in the history of Ahl al-Bayt who was given this opportunity was Imam Zain al-Abidin. The reason is, the dua literature. Many a times we look at dua and we think it's the way to speak to Allah. But if you examine and ponder over the words of Imam Zain al-Abidin, it was actually very much healing. And it's for the well-being of the individual. Sometimes when you reflect of what he says in Dua Abu Hamza, for instance, or in Sahif al-Sajjadiyya, or the Munajats, the way he communicates. I was discussing this with a psychiatric person who's telling me that they have benefited a lot from certain parts of the Dua of Imam Zain al-Abidin for personal reflection and to put things in perspective. Many a times we get lost. There were so many ideas, so many thoughts, so many worries. And what Imam alayhi salam does is breaks down our concerns and anxieties into different compartments. So for example, if you look at his munajats, you have munajat for those who are sinners, munajat who are those who want to speak to Allah, munajat for those who want to be grateful to Allah. Then you've got situations where he talks about the parents, the son. You have a munajat for istikhara, which has been misunderstood by 90% of the Shia world. And other areas, so it's kind of tailor-made. What is it that you need? What is it that you are going through? What kind of challenges are you going through? There is no evidence in history that Sayyidah Zainab went through any form of mental disorder. Somebody was telling me, someone who sees, and obviously Dr. Safraz I work with a lot, he'll be able to tell us more. Those who see trauma, who witness others being murdered, they see crimes committed before their own eyes. Usually, they may be susceptible to, a lot of, other issues or mental health disorders, maybe, or, aspects that impact their lives going forward. It seems that they both handled it in different ways, but both successfully. Sayyidah Zainab, one of her main ways I feel that she handled what she witnessed is when she spoke about it and she communicated it and she encouraged others to do so, holding majalis, discussions, and also taking responsibility. So she was kind of in charge to make sure everything falls into place. But at the same time, I think the power of Iman and faith was something that both enjoyed very much. On that Sham Ghariba, she would stay the night worshipping despite what she saw, right? Imam Zain al-Abidin, du'as, risalatul huquq. Each and every one of them, I think, what we need to do? This is not for an 11 o'clock discussion, but this is the idea that I would like to throw. And I've discussed this with Dr. Abbas Tijani, who is here in Leicester, and others who have this interest. I said, what we need to do? We need to look at Sahif al-Sajjadiyya and the works of the Imams from a different lens, in that how does it help self-development? How many books do we have where they've looked at, the self-development that you see out there, all the skill sets that we need? How many have looked at the Quran and these supplications have said, look, this is what it's saying, this is what it's saying, this is the features, the characteristics, the qualities we need to develop within ourselves. Yes? So I feel that that is something we need to definitely develop, encourage. Final point I'd say is, the Ahl al-Bayt alayhum as-salam, without a shadow of a doubt, were individuals who recognized that a successful life and a successful akhirah means a balance towards health of the mind, body, and soul. So, we are told, did you know that Amir al-Mu'mineen and the Holy Prophet used to joke with each other? Yes. They used to joke. Shall I give you some of their jokes? Is it appropriate? Ask Maulana. Please. Yeah. All right. And just as an example of how the Prophet and the Imam, for example, the Prophet once was sitting and eating dates with Imam Amir al-Mu'mineen. And the dates he would eat, he would put the seeds in front of Imam Ali. After a while, Imam Ali alayhi salam had a pile up of seeds and the Prophet had nothing in front of him. So Imam looks at the Prophet smiles and said, "Oh Ali, you certainly eat so much dates." Imam looked at the Prophet and said, "Ya Rasulullah, at least when I eat them, I don't eat the seeds as well." Yes? The Prophet, this smile, the Prophet says, "Al-tabassumu hasana." To smile is a hasana, you get thawab. Yes? One of my teachers in Najaf said, the only halal makeup for ladies and for gents is a smile in public. It's okay to smile. It's not a problem. So in many ways, they understood that a successful life with me, and look at their diet and the recommendations today we have from the A'imma about what you should eat and what you should not eat. I made a video a few months ago about 10 recommended foods from the Ahl al-Bayt. And people loved it. People were like, wow, we didn't know that the Imam said, eat this, don't eat too much of this, meat, that, the other. We thought they just focus on ibadah, on some of the spiritual lessons. But no, there is books such as Tibbul A'imma and everything, and in danger of contradicting myself for taking too long. But just as a reminder that, you know what, let's balance and let's invest time into our healthy mind and healthy bodies. And I suspect that you're all here because you want to do that. And inshallah, it will be a good springboard going forward.
Ahsan, thank you very much. Just a quick note, we can accept messages. If there's anyone that wants to send a message, you can send it to, I don't know whether the number's promoted on screen, but it's 07958 450 191. Just once again, 07958 450 191. Feel free to send any messages and inshallah we'll try and get to it. I just want to continue on something else that Sheikh said earlier on the mimbar. The famous quote by Bibi Zainab, "I see nothing but beauty." This was in response to Ibn Ziyad's question, how did you find the way Allah treated your brother and your family? To me, it basically feels like Bibi Zainab was so well composed. She obviously knew exactly what she was saying, what she was doing. I want to hand it over to Sister Munzila for an analysis or any feedback on that famous quote.
Assalamu alaikum. My apologies, I've kind of lost my voice a bit, so I'll sound a bit strange. Thank you very much for the invitation to be here. It's an absolute honor. Ma ra'aytu illa jamila, or euphoric or ecstatic expressions like that, you hear them from the Ahl al-Bayt a lot. You can give the example of Imam al-Husayn as he's being hacked to death. He's expressing these sort of mind-boggling statements of Tawheed, which don't make immediate sense to people like us because we haven't reached that level. So they are common, but the question is, why? Why do they speak like that? And what does it signify? To me, Ma ra'aytu illa jamila is hinting at a particular deep disposition that she has, a malika, a khuluq, some kind of thing that she has that is allowing her to express or have that sort of effortless, not even effortless, but unconscious reaction, which then manifests as Ma ra'aytu illa jamila, that kind of ecstatic euphoria. I see that. So for me, it is a deep disposition in her. When we talk about disposition, we're talking about virtues, acquisition of virtues. Acquisition of virtues here for her would be patience, gratitude, a degree of God consciousness, taqwa, that is so profound that allows her to survive, but not just survive, actually thrive in moments of such extreme stress. One thing that we don't do justice with Sayyida Zainab is we mention her patience in tragedy, but actually she would have always been like that even prior to the tragedy. There's a lovely book that Sheikh Nazmina and Dr. Amina Inlows have translated. I think it's Mahasin al-Akhlaq or something like that. Sheikh Ali will correct me. its spiritual secrets or ethical mysteries, something like that. And in the section on patience, it's Mohsin Faith al-Kashani's book. In the section on patience, he talks about patience in good times and adversity alike. And he gives the example of a hungry person and says that sometimes it's easier for a hungry person to go without food than if he has a banquet of food in front of him and resist it. So he talks about this notion of patience in obedience and then patience in adversity. She would have been like that prior to Karbala as well. So you have to acknowledge that her patience has also developed in degrees and become and achieve such a stage that she can then say, Ma ra'aytu illa jamila. Ma ra'aytu illa jamila is the culmination, the consequence, the end of a sublime sort of journey of acquisition of virtues. If you try and emulate just Ma ra'aytu illa jamila, it will be very ineffectual unless you also mimic or emulate the underlying process of changing or acquiring good virtues. And that's the whole game anyway. I mean, game's probably not the right word. The Prophet said, or is reported to have said, إِنَّمَا بُعِثْتُ أُتَمِّمُ مَكَارِمَ الْأَخْلَاقِ. I've been sent to perfect virtues and morals. That is the whole journey, the entire purpose, the entire maqsad. You come into a lowly life and then you go back to Him. You can't go back the same. You either go, you will have to change, either you do so kicking and screaming, or you then make a choice that I would like to actually acquire some good virtues along the way. So I think this statement is referring to a journey, a deep disposition that she has acquired in good times that has allowed her in a time of stress, grief is adversity, a time of stress, to then articulate that. One step before that, that comes even before this notion of, okay, if I say to you acquire patience, what does that even mean? You have to have a very, very deep understanding of who you are, what you lack, what you need, what are your problems. And this is where the hadith, Man arafa nafsahu faqad arafa rabbah. True recognition of what you are is recognizing your Lord. In practical terms, that means that you devote a certain portion of your day to contemplation and reflection on muhasibah. And that's very well rooted in hadith and Quran too. And in that, you need the help of God actually more than anything. Ud'uni astajib lakum. You have to have His help to remember what you've done in order to fix it. In order to know what virtue to acquire, you need to know what you lack. So the journey to be able to even get close to expressing what she has expressed in times of stress starts with a degree of self-reflection and contemplation of what you lack. Confront the uncomfortable reality that is you. And then try to, acquiring virtues and removing vices are like the same coin, you flip it. Acquiring virtues are refraining from vices. So in order for you to know which one to adorn yourself with, you have to have a good understanding of who you are. We have a hadith from the Prophet who's reported to have said that all the sins are locked in a room and the key to the door is lying. Sometimes we do one thing that we have no concept of the effect it has on everything else, that it's a door to other things you do, and that will be individual for everyone. So once you reflect, once you have a real conversation, and for that, like Sheikh Ali said, you need mindfulness. You need to live in the present, not in the past, not in the future, right now, and then know what you need to fix, and then you acquire those virtues. The other point, before I pass back, is we have this notion that Sayyidah Zainab was really strong, and she had a lot of resolve, but she went through a lot of grief. All the Ahl al-Bayt did. Imam Ali did. When he, just today I was listening to a Jummah khutbah by a colleague at the Hawza, and he was talking about Imam Ali is burying his wife, and he has just buried the Prophet 2 months prior. And he talks about one grief consoling the other grief. I mean, he is deep. So they grieved, they absolutely grieved. Imam Zayn al-Abidin, one of the most heartbreaking things that I've ever read about him is that once he exited Medina and he walked on the outskirts and his servant followed him. This is after the tragedy of Karbala. And he found him with his head on a hard rock, and he was doing tasbih and just crying in isolation and alone. They grieved, And Sayyidah Zainab, you see her moving through the stages of grief. You see the panic as she's sort of sending her brother off, when she says, Mahlan, Mahla, slow down, don't go yet. Or the horror when she finds out they trampled him, or when she sees him, the anger in the court of Yazid. So she is reflecting those stages of grief, but you have to remember, because she has developed that disposition, and she has practiced riyadha, discipline, attained those sublime moral virtues, she's able to stay rooted in such a profound degree of taqwa and awareness of God being next to her. She can survive without losing, not being able to survive the loss of her brother. So she survives and she thrives. Like Sheikh said, she looked after everyone too. So I guess when you come across statements of the Imams, one, and this will sound counterintuitive, don't immediately just go for what the apparent says. Try to analyze why they have said it. And that's it, yeah.
Ahsan, thank you. I think you hit the nail on the head by saying it's that faith, isn't it? It's that connection to the Almighty, having that faith, having that patience, all that comes into it. Brother Safraz, I'm keen to get your psychological point of view on it when it comes to the Bibi Zainab's famous quote.
Thank you, Sajjad. Just want to start by thanking the Leicester community for inviting me, and just to say it's a pleasure to be on the panel with the brothers and sisters and to be with you all together. This point about the Ahlul Bayt, let me start off with a quick survey if I can. How many of you honestly would be able to raise your hand now to say, yeah, I can easily relate to the Ahlul Bayt? Just raise your hands. 1, 2, 3. Just in whatever sense you've taken it. Yeah. My point here is for us to consider that sometimes the way we've developed a relationship with the Ahlul Bayt is that they're on such a high pedestal. It's like, yeah, I can't do that. They were imams. That would be Zainab. We can't do that. We're like normal people. If Subhanahu wa Ta'ala chose, he could have sent messengers as angels. Why did he choose humans? Because humans are like us. We're all humans. We're all fallible. What made the Ahlul Bayt infallible was the choices, was the development, was the discipline. So much of the submission that we talked about today. And I'm really glad that we've got this opportunity here now to allow ourselves to make the Ahlul Bayt a little bit more relatable. Sister Munzila has just talked about that real grief, picturing Imam Ali with his head on the stone, just waking up because he's been crying. Was he weak to do that? When we're beset with challenges, the stuff going around now with COVID, even before COVID and well after COVID, there'll always be challenges, difficulties in our life. And when we experience those difficulties, they can push us over the edge. We can become incredibly low. We can become incredibly depressed, hopeless, suicidal, really anxious, not wanting to come out of our house. Does this mean that we're weak? These are important questions that actually I'd like to get some of your input on. What we can do is relate to the Ahlul Bayt and see that they went through so many of these challenges. Imam Sajjad, we know, cried for years and years and years. Did that make him weak? There's a lesson for us to learn, is to accept that we've been created, we've been developed with emotions. If Allah just wanted us to have a rational brain, we would have had a rational brain. We'd just have the frontal cortex. Why do we have the limbic system? We're meant to experience emotions. Now, like everything Islam advocates is in balance. That a lack of emotion is devoid of compassion, devoid of humanity. Excessive emotion can also take us away from the balance. And hopefully some of the things that are useful for us to take away from the Ahlul Bayt are strategies that help us achieve a balance. Now, just picking up on one point among many that we'd like to talk about, but we need to have a balance. We need to hear from you. Is Bibi Zainab saying, "I see beauty in everything." Now, I'm going to link this in a really strange way to the new Audi A7, the S line. Anyone seen it? The black edition. Yeah. Really nice. Now, the thing is, I'm a bit worried. I'm getting a bit paranoid here. Every time I walk down my road to the shops, I see that car. It's parked up, more than one, and someone drives past it. I'm wondering, do Audi know that I want it and they're just winding me up because they know I can't afford it? Why is it I'm noticing this Audi? Is it that Audi are trying to make me jealous? Or is it that I've got a perceptual bias? I'm noticing something that I'm looking for subconsciously. Yeah? And you may be able to relate to this. You know, some of you might have a banger of a phone and you see, ooh, that guy's got the new iPhone 12 Pro. You know, you've got some bag that's falling apart and you think, ooh, that Gucci looks nice. And wherever you look, you see that Gucci, you see that iPhone 12. It's that perceptual bias. You're looking out for something that you want. Now, because of the challenges in our life, that can warp our bias so that we start looking and noticing only the things that are negative. We start skipping our blessings. What we learn from Bibi Zainab is, you know what, there's a different way to look at it. We can train ourselves to look out for the blessings. Every day, pick out a new blessing. Something that, you know, all those hadith about if all the seas were ink and all the trees were pens, you still wouldn't be able to enumerate the number of blessings. So I'm just using this as one example, yeah? And I'm not advocating that you go out looking for your Gucci bag and your new iPhone 12, but to be looking out for those blessings that help you balance the impact of some of the challenges in our life can have on our perceptual bias, on the things we notice. And you know, the things we notice affect how we feel, and that becomes a vicious cycle. So one way to break that and help us relate to the Ahlul Bayt is following their habits and looking for the beauty in everything. Thank you.
Ahsant, thank you very much. So I want to move to Mr. PT. Before I move to the exercise part, let's talk about dietary choices. How important are dietary choices in impacting our health? And I think I also want to ask this question, because I'm only going to get this opportunity once. Oily samosas and mandazis and biryanis, what's your view on this?
Right, so for the part that you've all been waiting for, okay. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Most of you all know me, and you know that I speak my mind, and all the guys here will have heard me going on at them all the time, complaining about what they eat, what they drink. Unfortunately, we live in a society where we're influenced by so much advertising, and 99% of the advertising is really bad for us. Sheikh's been waiting for this part as well, because he just wants me to tell him that, you know, all the rice and the meat and everything he's eating is good for him. No. He's interested in ghee as well, actually, so if anyone's got ghee, yeah. But no, honestly speaking, I think we live in a society where we're really, really having a problematic time. And if we don't address these issues, I can see it rippling and having an effect on our kids, it having an effect on everyone around us. So we really need to look at what we eat, how we eat, and there's a lot of points that I can, you know, mention to you guys about food and diet, but unfortunately, you know, everybody's palate is different. So I'm not going to sit here telling you guys what to eat, what not to eat, but what I am going to say is that there's one or two most important things that we need to look at and cut out of our diet. One being sugar, right? 100% sugar is a big killer and it's causing obesity. I mean, look at the statistics. Right now, 2020 survey was done and there's 67% of adult males are overweight and half of that, they're obese. So imagine that, we're talking about a third of the population of this country, men, are obese. And it's almost the same with the women as well. That's a problem. And if we look at how we're going to get our spirituality, then we're not going to be, if our bodies are our vessels and the mind is inside the body and the soul is inside the body, we need to make sure that our bodies are moving efficiently in order for us to be even looking at then spirituality or, good mindset. For me, I personally say that, if the body's good, then everything else falls into place. And if it's not, then you're going to have a problem. And the adults of this community, if you've got kids, you're setting a precedence for your kids. If you're eating unhealthy foods, you're going to be looking at them, and then they're going to be eating those foods, and you might be telling them to do something that you're not doing yourself. So it's either lead by example, or are you telling them, do as I say and not as I do? So diet is so important, because when you're exercising, it's only 10%. 90% is your diet. So if you don't address your diet, there's no point you coming to the gym and talking to me on exercising. And that's the reality of it. Is that okay?
Ahsan, thank you. And I know, hats off to you on your most recent initiative. I think you started training the seniors. So Abbas is holding sessions with the senior citizens and trying to get them into shape. They might start putting us to shame at some point. Sheikh, I was keen to get your thoughts on Islamic point of view regarding keeping fit. Is there anything from an Islamic perspective?
Oh, okay. Just to reiterate, I also want to listen from the sisters and brothers, especially as it's coming up to 12. So I'll be very, very brief. The narration tells us, Al-mu'min al-qawi ahabbu inda Allahi min al-mu'min al-dha'if. A believer who is strong is better in the eyes of Allah than a believer who is weak. Now, you may come and dissect this hadith and say this is a relation to strength of the heart. But that's going too far. There is no evidence in that hadith that the Prophet is talking about the inner strength. He's talking about fitness. He's talking about a healthy body. Because we have examples in the Quran where Allah praises those people who are healthy. The Quran does. So today in Jum'ah, I talked about the example of this man by the name of Talut. Allah says, وَزَادَهُ بَسْطَةً بِالْعِلْمِ وَالْجِسْمِ. Allah made him healthy and fit. And therefore he was chosen as the king for Bani Israel. Musa alayhi salam was praised for having strength. Why did the wife of Musa choose him? Let's ask. Two things he had. She said, these two I like in him. What were the two things, according to the Quran, that the wife of Musa saw in Musa and therefore selected him as her husband? Any ideas? Huh? Trustworthiness. Okay, so that is one, because Al-Amin is mentioned in the Quran. He is trustworthy, an individual who wouldn't betray, an individual you can truly trust. Second, exactly. Musa alayhi salam had a 7-pack. What? 6-pack. Okay, so he was qawi. Al-Qawiyul Amin. The Quran says, Maulana, Musa was a prophet, close to Allah. All these qualities are immense, absolutely brilliant. But the wife of Musa and Prophet Shu'aib, who chose him, said these two. And if they had said things that Allah wasn't happy with, He wouldn't place them in the Quran. So the recognition is, this body of ours is not ours. Anyone here who thinks that this body is yours is mistaken. If you abuse your body by not looking after it as far as the diet or exercise is concerned, then you are abusing the creation of Allah. And therefore, subsequently, there will be hisab and kitab. There will be accountability. So, it is a trust given to us by the Almighty subhanahu wa ta'ala, amana given to us. And sometimes we wonder when Amir al-Mu'mineen eats either salt or just bread and say, oh, this is, zuhud and asceticism and, whatever. Amir al-Mu'mineen once was walking past the street and somebody said to him, Ya Ali, I'm going to give you meat. You don't need to pay me now. Pay me another time. Imam is interested in meat today. Yes? You want to give it to me, but I'm not interested. I'm not for it. Yes? He had self-control. And I think this is, going on with what Abbas was saying. I feel today we are bombarded and we are under immense pressure. To keep up appearances and to have, adding on to what Dr. Safraz mentioned, there's a lot of factors affecting our mind and our body and subsequently our soul. I believe the I obsession, I call it the I obsession because everybody wants to have things, and when they don't have things, they become depressed when they can't have things that others have. And secondly, very importantly, we see people, figures, I need to keep up this appearance, I need to be this, and then we start to somehow wanting to mimic certain individuals or whatever, not because of our health, but because we want to somehow, look at certain celebrities or sports people or whatever. And the third area that I would add that I am dedicating an entire Majlis for tomorrow is the debilitating, absolutely devastating impact of social media, the issue of attention. Everybody wants attention from others. Nice one. Okay, so that is also a concern that we have that we need to address as well.
Ahsan, thank you. So again, if there's any questions for online viewers, you can message 07958 450 191. I'm going to pass it over to the floor now. Any questions on the floor? We have one there. Is there someone with a mic?
But maybe ladies first, otherwise they say Islam oppresses.
Yeah, that's true actually. Anyone in the... Hold that. Anyone in the ladies first, as we're told.
Assalamu alaikum. I just want to add to Abbas' comment because I myself am very conscious about the food which I eat according to my age, but I realized on that only that in the past what I did was something wrong, and effectively it had a big impact on me. And I think the major cause of our Muslim people are eating a lot of meat. And when you eat a lot of meat, you become very aggressive. And I think, Sheikh, I think you'll agree with me that there's a saying of our imams, they're eating too much to fill up your stomach until your brain tells you on that one they had enough. That is doing zulm on your nafs. And that is something, a disease which we have in the community. And I think our Leicester Jamaat and so forth, the other rest of the Jamaats, the biryani seems to be the core of that. Every time you don't have meat on that one, you can see the faces of people. Today we have not enjoyed a good meal today. And outside of that is a lot of takeaways there. And it's all chili food and it's all junk food. And children here on that, they are being bombarded by these sweet things, which in the shops, it's an attraction, and the government is actually not doing anything about the obesity and the level of people are falling into sick. So how to overcome this sickness, I think as individual on that one, for the parents to actually take into command and say on that, that you need to change. But if the parents are within the family and the children, then I don't know where you would draw the line. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very quickly, the hadith says, do not make your stomachs a cemetery for the animals. Number one. Number two, statistics show UK Muslim population is 2%. They eat 10% of the meat of this country. Number three, hadith after hadith says, one of the causes for the sickness and the hardening of the heart, qaswatul qalb, which the Quran speaks about, when the heart does not become receptive to Allah's message, when we do not cry and we do not shed the tears, when we become hard-hearted, is overconsumption of meat. That's what I'm, just to support. However, I'm of the school of thought that believes in moderation. I think it's the excessive element. And yes, may Allah help our sisters and give them support and strength on the day that they tell their husbands it's vegetarian day. Because I have seen a biryani without meat cause controversy in North America. Do we have time to tell you the story? Okay, one nikah ceremony in North America decided that vegetarian biryani. I had people ask me, can we add things to Ziyarat Ashura La'na? Okay, so that's the problem we face. And those cooks in our centers and whatever, they're suffering. Abbas knows, we've had this discussion the last few nights. I'm not a very good supporter of oily food, ghee, and so on. I feel we have a problem in our communities. It's not the fault of the management or the presidents or the cooks. It's the fault of the people. Because they say, if we don't have this type of food where we can see the layer, beautiful layer of ghee, but I've been told that it's good for you. Anyway, we don't want to take this into that discussion. I don't feel it's good for you. I can't prove it with a hadith, unfortunately. But it's still, I don't think we're conscious enough in our diets, in our centers. What we give out and what we eat, we need a new way of approach and a new change of our mindset and education of our youngsters. As well as, of course, looking after the environment and plastics. That's another thing, but that's another story.
Can I just do a quick poll here? Maybe that will get us interactive a bit. Hands up if you would have an objection to vegetable biryani at the next Khushali. 1, 2, 3. Objection. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What if you had option 50% vegetable biryani? Actually, then you'll run out of the chicken biryani. Okay, so we're not quite ready yet.
Majority were okay.
The majority were okay. You saw that.
I don't know the ladies. They were.
They're saying that now.
They're saying that now.
Bring the vegetable biryani. People who are okay are not coming. The people who are not okay are going.
Yeah, because they want mind, body, and soul. The others are not here. They want the biryani.
More questions, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Sheikh, I've found out not too long ago when reading the late Imam Ayatollah Khomeini's background as he was growing up, and he was apparently a very good runner. He was a very fast runner. Any other Maharaja you can think of got a sporting background? And secondly, sorry, my second fold to the question was, is there an Islamic form of self-defense?
As far as Maraja, I can't remember any of the Maraja playing for Leicester City. That is struggle to find. But with the Maraja, a lot of them, they would have routines. So they would walk continuously. They would, not leave this very rigid lifestyle. They would be moving. And that's why you see them 80s and the 90s, mashallah, they don't suffer from dementia and Alzheimer's. It doesn't mean that, that is the only way to avoid it, but certainly they are health conscious in that regard. Your second question was regarding yes, wrestling is the narrations that we find. Wrestling, we have a narration. Imam Hassan and Imam Husayn alayhi salam used to wrestle a lot, and the Prophet used to say, teach your children 3 sports. Let's ask, because we need interactive. Horse riding.
Archery and swimming.
Presidents aren't allowed to speak. Let's give the ladies. Anyway, they've heard it. So these 3, but then someone asks, well, what about the other sports? Are we allowed? The Prophet says archery, swimming, and horse riding. How many here do these 3 sports? MashaAllah. Horse riding? Only swimming? So you're doing a third of what the Prophet said. Anyone here doing exactly what the Prophet said? You've done all 3 back when you were 50 years ago? Huh? On a regular basis? On a regular basis, only one. No. Who does all three on a regular basis? Prophet is saying, we don't follow Prophet. See, the Prophet said that time. Those were prevalent that time. He's saying be physically active. Because swimming was necessary, archery was necessary in war, and so was horse riding. Doesn't mean that today we have to stick to these three. It was a very contextual thing, yes? Wrestling, it is said that Imam Hassan, Imam Husayn used to wrestle. The Prophet one day saw them wrestle, and he was next to Sayyidah Fatima. So he said to Imam al-Hassan, you can do it, you can beat your brother. According to Bihar al-Anwar Sheikh al-Majlisi, Sayyidah Fatima asked the Prophet, how is it that you're not supporting Husayn? He said, because I can see Jibreel next to me saying, oh Husayn, you can do it. Yeah, so that wrestling, have to throw in a fadila as well. All right, so that's wrestling, but that, again, it's confined to that time that was quite prevalent. But any form of, but it mustn't involve excessive self-harm. There may be in the future a fatwa by our maraja that may prohibit, and I've seen work, may prohibit boxing. Boxing could potentially become haram in the future because if it's proven to cause damage, excessive damage to the brain and all the other conditions, then it may become haram, and Allah knows best.
Sure.
Just to add to Sheikh's point, the other thing, the reason why our maraji are so sharp, even in their older sort of age, is because they engage in a lot of intellectual sort of problem solving and critiquing. So the entire discipline of usul al-fiqh and what they do into their 90s, they're kind of using logic and other intellectual sciences into their old age, and that's thought to be protective from things like dementia, Alzheimer's as well. So training the mind with a lot of, I guess, puzzles or whatever, keeping the mind sprightly is also really important.
Perfect. Any other questions from the ladies? Questions? Nothing? Is there something on there?
Yeah, okay. We've just received a few text message questions. The first one is for Brother Abbas. Is sweetener a suitable replacement for sugar?
Well, so from what I've read, sweetener is just as bad. You may say that it's like similar to like Coke or Diet Coke, but Diet Coke is just as bad as Coke. So both are just as bad, and unfortunately, if you're going to be using sweeteners, there's some studies that have been shown to say that it actually causes cancer as well. So, I mean, that I don't know 100%, but yeah, it's no much more better.
And we have another question for Brother Safraz. Depression and anxiety cases are on the rise, especially in our youths today. What can we do as a community to help our youths deal with these challenges?
Thanks for the important question. I think it is worth noting that sometimes when you come across a new concept, then everyone's got it. And everyone's feeling depressed and everyone's anxious, and these are normal, natural emotions. Yeah, so we don't want to pathologize and say just because you're feeling a little bit down or just because you're you're feeling a bit tense that you've got an anxiety disorder. It's when these things become excessive, and when the person really doesn't want to be there. They don't want to experience that excessive emotion. What can the community do was the question, and I think this is another kind of link back to our theme of Bibi Zainab and Imam Sajjad, is that they traveled, they were part of a community, a group of companions and family who understood each other, who never judged each other. Now, I'm not that familiar with the Leicester Jamaat, but let's just focus on the Leicester Jamaat. If you were feeling really rough, how much would you be able to say, yeah, I'm feeling really down? If you feel comfortable saying that, then fantastic. That is a measure of a community that's ready to listen to you, that's not going to judge you, and that's going to back you. Yeah, that doesn't mean to say that everyone should just become like a peplo. Like everyone should just be like, okay, no, you got problems, we should just leave them. No, it's about being compassionate. Rather than kicking someone's ass, to help them. What was your kit? What was it? Keep it together. Rather than kicking someone's ass to keep it together, maybe we can support them to build up gradually with compassion. So I think on a community level, there's something massive about being non-judgmental, about being supportive. You know, we're on the third, fourth, fifth night of Muharram. Yeah, is there someone that you would normally expect to be here that hasn't been here? What's your responsibility as a community member? This is some of that preemptive work we can do. People suffer in silence. Yeah, people are afraid to talk about how difficult things are for them. Sheikh, you can correct me about a hadith of the fourth Imam about why don't you rise up? Because there's not enough real followers. The ummah, the community isn't strong enough. I'm paraphrasing. Sixth Imam. Yeah. You're supposed to be able to put your hand into your friend's pocket without him being bothered. Yeah, that's on the next level. You've got to be able to open up and confide. You don't have to go into all the depths of your issues, but you've got to feel comfortable enough. And so we want to create that environment for our children where they can feel comfortable enough telling us that things aren't right for them. We don't want to jump into pathologizing them and say, you need to take medication and a therapist. We just need to be able to listen to them. We need to give them some support, encouragement, remind them of what's good about them, remind them of their strengths and their blessings, and build them up gradually. There's many more things we can talk about, but hopefully not being judgmental and being compassionate as a community can make a huge difference.
Just a consequential question on that then, Brother Safraz, and thanks for everybody on the panel for coming tonight to enlighten us. So you said the community. When you say community, is it like a specific counsellor? Because I guess there's a lot of skills and experience required around this. If all of us become counsellors overnight, the problem with that is we may confuse the direction and the process.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. Me and Abbas were just talking outside over chai, and he's like, "Oh, psychologist," and I get that a lot. People are like, "Oh, psychologist, are you reading my mind or something?" So no, I'll only do that if you pay me to do that. Yeah, we're all psychologists. I'm just a little bit more trained and I developed expertise in particular mental health problems. But everyone doesn't need to be a counsellor. If I can do a cheeky plug, Co-Edge, I think the week after next, and I'll send it to Samir so you can put it on your Leicester website, are running a mental health first aid course. I think Sheikh referenced that in the lecture. That equips everyone just to be able to notice what are some of the key signs and what are some of those initial interventions that anyone can do without having to be a specialist. So, as well as being able to tell the difference between whether you should be taking a sweetener or sugar, you don't need to be a doctor or a dietitian to do that. Common sense. There's a lot of that common sense to do with mental health as well that we can all develop. There are, of course, specialisms. And the great thing is we're living in a country where you can refer to your GP who's got the expertise to be able to point you in the right direction. Yeah, we don't all need Muslim counselors. Yeah, I get referrals every week saying, need a Muslim therapist. What's the problem? You understand the problem? You don't need a Muslim therapist. You just need someone with a specialism in the difficulty you've got. Admittedly, there are experiences that people have in, like the NHS, not just in mental health, in physical health, where people don't respect your culture. But these are the minority. The vast majority, people have training. They're culturally adaptive. They're sensitive. There may be some issues where you can benefit from extra spiritual consultation, and you're speaking to your sheikh, your alim, who can work in conjunction with other Muslim therapists they know, is a resource I think we can definitely be developing. So in response to your question, Samir, the whole community can become more compassionate and empathic. We can all take on that natural psychologist role within us, and when things get heavier, then we can step them up using local services, and I think we can develop some more capacity within our resident alims and within other professionals within the community. Someone's like, I know you're a previous doctor, right? By training, anything you'd add to that?
I was trying to be a pathologist, so that's not very relevant. I'd cut up bodies, so that's not very relevant. But I do have something to add to your wonderful point. You have to ask why the youth are expressing anxiety and depression, and if it's faith-related. So Maryam Namazi, who's the president of the ex-Muslims, I can't remember what the name is now, it's a council of ex-Muslims. She said there is a pandemic of atheism sweeping the Muslim community, and tsunami, sorry, she called it, something like that. And nobody's aware, or they're not doing anything about it. Suppressed atheism, asking questions about faith, not dealing with them, that's a real problem. And that means that the root of that obviously is Islamic education probably needs some form of reform. And you need to cater for people over the age of 16 into their 90s if you want. So that's a project I'm involved with, Islamic case-based learning. And it's inspired by problem-based learning, which I did at University of Manchester. So we write Islamic cases which are filled with psychological themes and aqaid themes, fiqh, and so on and so forth. And we have groups, and it's open. So we have had 13-year-olds who are quite mature, including 14, 50-year-olds, men and women. And it allows a kind of cross-generational, cross-gender, across neglected demographics, a kind of conversation about faith, difficult topics, about why do you believe in God, how would you go about proving it? You know, I don't feel like he exists, or suffering, or whatever. And these sessions, they're done with a facilitator. Ultimately, what would be amazing is if our scholars had circles like that, and it works when it's small groups, actually, then you're able to open up. But sort of case-based learning, scenario-based learning, where you touch on difficult topics and people are able to open up. The other aspect, which is the mentoring aspect, I think is so essential. One of the cohorts that I'm involved with is a women's group, and they're all, some of them are housewives, and they wanted a women's-only group for ICBL. They didn't want the gents there. And their concern is mostly ethical and moral, and how to teach the kids. And so we almost end up having a counselling session every Monday morning about how, and we reflect, and we had a reflection session prior to Muharram. And I didn't know one of the ladies, she was going through a bit of a tough time, and she opened up, and for her, it was very transformative. So you need a system of education that has a mentoring, counselling aspect built in, a critical analysis aspect built in, supplemented with lectures because they have their place. Case-based learning is not a standalone, it always needs to be supplemented. And finally, a kind of like a community action thing. And then I think youth will feel enough freedom perhaps to express what they feel. Times are changing so fast, you know. I had a Nokia 63, I don't know what it's called. It was a brick. It was a computer, and my 4-year-old can swipe his fingers up. He knows the password on the iPad. And so time's moving way too fast. And they're thinking faster, moving faster, but that is giving them also, I think, a set of new skills. I don't always look down on technology. I think you have to harness it for the correct purposes. So yeah, absolutely. I think if you have a community that it has a very empathic kind of role where you embrace people who are going through genuine difficulty, and then you open up critical discussions. That's so important, because if you don't do it here, they'll happen in universities up and down the country. A couple of years ago, and it's going on now, there was a bit of a endemic of a lot of Muslim women taking their scarves off. And that is a direct rejection of symbols of faith, because for them, they feel like religion has become ritualistic, and Islamic education is just about, here's your mutahirat, here's your najasat, you're going to go to hell. And then that's why they switch off when they're 15, 16, and they don't want to come to madrasa anymore. But if you introduce people to the beauty and the essence and the many different facets of Islam, the spiritual, the mystical, the philosophical even, they will love it.
Thank you very much, sister. I think, Sajjada, just one point, it's really good to get that information that you've given, and it just shows that how much a community needs to do, right, to ensure that we do things in line with 2021. So appreciate your comments. Thanks very much.
Assalamu alaikum. Just a quick question. I've heard what we should be doing, quite interesting points right across the panel, but the bit that I've not quite heard is the how. And so if I could just flip probably an individual question across the panelists, if that's okay. Abbas, in terms of sugar, I think we all know that sugar's bad and it's the kind of the 21st century drug. But quite often, a lot of people, they know they should be abstaining from sugar, but a lot of people have an emotional attachment to food. And so they've had a really bad day or they've got really stressed. Quite often they'll attach a comfort food to that emotion. So it isn't quite as straightforward as saying just stop all sugar. And maybe Safraz, the same sort of question to you. How does somebody try and unpick that emotional attachment to wrong food groups? Sister, sorry, I didn't quite catch your name, but you were talking about Bibi Zainab, and in terms of self-reflection. If someone, particularly looking on the mental illness, is in a suffering a little bit, and it could be at any age, not just the young, but it could be any age, they might not know how to self-reflect or where they should be or where they should aspire to be. So whether you've just got a few words on how they can actually do that. And Sheikh Hilli, just so you don't feel left out. I was just going to say, in terms of somebody that perhaps needs to build knowledge, improve the soul, connection to God, don't know where to start, it seems very daunting, perhaps they're in a low place themselves. Any ideas on how they could actually change that around and where they should start going and how they could do that? Thanks.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Husayn. Yeah, so with regards to your question to me, with the sugar side of things, I mean, the question was posed to me about dietary choices. So just one point that I wanted to make, if I wanted to emphasize one of the most important aspects of your diet, which is to cut out sugar as best you can. But moving forward from that, if you're saying that you want to know a practical way of trying to actually find a solution to choosing the right foods, is exercising. Because as soon as you exercise, you realize the benefit of your exercise, and then your mindset is more focused towards, oh, well, I've exercised now. Now, am I going to go and spoil that by eating something sugary? And slowly, because as humans, we're habitual people. We create habits, and those habits are created over long term. They don't just come overnight, right? So in the same way, to break a habit is not going to be straightforward as well. So likewise, you want to create new habits, you've got to make it consistent. You've got to do something regularly. You've got to exercise regularly. You've got to make it part and parcel of your daily life, just like how we make salah a part and parcel of our daily life. We want to instill that kind of mindset within us that says, right, did I pray my Fajr? Did I pray Zohar, Asr, Maghrib, Isha? Yes. Okay, did I exercise today? Did I eat today? Right? So certain things that we do them subconsciously without even thinking about it, right? Because it's been instilled in us that we do this. But when it comes to exercise, people like to shy away. They want to run away from that because they don't want to experience that kind of discomfort. And it's only after you've gotten through that initial stage of discomfort that you then start to appreciate what it is you're doing to your body. Not only from the positive aspect of exercising, but also from the negative aspect of what you do in the kitchen. Because if you spend 3 hours with me in the gym, I'll kill you for 3 hours, but then there's another 165 hours left in the week that you're not with me. So you're accountable to yourself. You're accountable to me when I'm training you, but then you're accountable to yourself when you're making your choices for what you want to eat and what you want to feed your family members. And if you exercise, that mindset is going to be a lot more focused in what you're eating and what you don't want to eat. So that's probably the best thing that I can say to you. Everybody needs to exercise, because if you don't, your body atrophies. Your muscles waste away. As you get older, every decade that goes through your life, right, you just lose muscle tissue. And before you know it, you're a 60, 70-year-old man. And, no disrespect to the elderlies that I'm training right now, they're great people. They're doing so much, and they're appreciating what they're doing right now. And it's something that's not been given to them ever. So, big pat on the back for Sam, because he's the one that's initiated that, and he said, right, these guys want to do something, and they're doing something, and they're coming back to me after a week and telling me, wow, we did certain things that you told us to do, and we're already seeing the benefit of it. So imagine if 60, 70, even older than that, guys can feel that benefit. What's our excuse at 30, 40, or 20 even?
Perfect, thanks. If I can just, Safraz, you've got a question. If we can restrict it to 2.5 minutes, there's about 7 or 8 other questions online apparently.
Sure. Thanks, Husayn, for helping make this a bit more concrete. So make it real quick. I'll invite you, anyone who's got a smartphone, pull out your phone right now and take this first concrete step. We talked about looking for the beauty in everything. Start by opening your notes, titling your first notes as blessings, and then just write down your first blessing. And see if maybe, a consistent time in the day if possible, if not, just whenever you remember, one more blessing. I'm not giving up the mic until I see some phones out.
Brother Safraz, just a question on that. What type of blessings? Can you define that a little bit? Materialistic?
What are you feeling blessed with right now, Samir?
X5.
X5. There you go. There's a start. It can be anything,
Alhamdulillah.
Hopefully there's a start point. You're on one there, and then you build it up. Yeah, there is no limit. Yeah, the only limit is the memory on your phone.
So first, shall we take it around the floor, see who's willing to?
If anyone wants to share. Yeah, you know what? I need to hear from the sisters before I leave here. One share from the sisters, a blessing, please. Health. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Family. Beautiful. Anything else? Imam Husayn. Yeah. Incredible start there. Yeah. So inshallah, something we can build on. Last point about concrete action before we move on is try and buddy up with someone and take small steps. Yeah. In terms of kind of building it up. Momentum is everything. Crash and burn. I was telling Abbas, I'm really good at crashing and burning. Small steps, sustainability.
If I pass over to Sister Munzila for the answer to you.
Thank you. So there's a really nice book called Atomic Habits by James Clear, which builds on this idea that's just mentioned about taking small steps. In terms of reflection and how to do it practically, I would say initially join it with salah. That is already a period of reflection and contemplation you are engaging in, and limit it to 1 to 2 minutes perhaps. If you are a writer, write it down, but keep that safe somewhere where nobody can read it. Put a spreadsheet on or whatever, but just recount the events of your day, and that's it. Good, bad, the ugly, everything in a short, if you like writing more, write more detail or less. And just do that for a sustained period of time, and then reflect back on what you found. And then increase your time slowly and try to start making small changes to each of those things.
Ahsan, thank you. I don't think we're going to get time for all 7. Do you want to select? Yeah, okay, let's do that. Oh, sorry, yes, there was a question, yes.
Okay, I'll just very quickly. I'm feeling now similar to what Muslim ibn Aqil felt. Especially on the brother's side, because there's a few gaps emerging. He turned around and saw majority disappear. Peace be upon Muslim ibn Aqil. Many times in our lives, sometimes we go through this. MashaAllah, the sister's staying loyal. And doesn't mean the brothers are not loyal. But Dr. Safra was saying maybe we need to set a cutoff point so that people know. Otherwise, they think, we may be continuing till tomorrow's Majlis, by which point definitely we'll all feel like Muslim ibn Aqil. So we do need to understand a cutoff point. This question, Brother Husayn, is a question that requires several hours. And I think it's an amazing question in the sense that it is for most of us. I am very, very passionate about one thing, and that is willpower. Because if you have willpower, you can stay away from sugar, you can start to build up your mind, you could stay away from ghee, you could stay... I don't know why. Anyway, so... I think willpower, development, understanding, research, appreciating, self-control, why is it that we do what we do, all these different tools out there, books, TED Talks, lectures, things like that. Shahr Ramadan is about willpower, other times of the year, willpower. The problem is when we wake up in the morning and we have lack of desire to do anything, we feel low, we don't know where to start, we just don't have any, number one, purpose. Let's ask ourselves, what is the purpose? What am I here for? What am I supposed to achieve? What is it that I need to get to? Yes? Secondly, if I identify a purpose, aim, objectives, goals in my life, then if I'm able to work towards it by having a number of key factors, how do I get there? But remember, we have experts here in mental health. We have experts here in fitness. I think that many of us struggle when it comes to idea of going to people who may be learned in religion and saying, help me, except if I have a question about black magic, or I think, istikhara. Maulana this, Maulana that. But people don't usually come to Maulanas and say, you know what? Tell me what's wrong with me. Shake me. Change my life. Give me something. Yeah? I don't get that often. I'm waiting for this avalanche now. I've asked for it. But the reality is that we have illnesses, right? We have symptoms, we go to doctors, we go to mental health specialists. Why don't we go to people to help ourselves? How many times you've been to ziyarats on trips and you looked at people in your own room and said to them, by the way, we've come to 2 weeks, you've been together. Can you tell me what's wrong with me? If you've had a lot of fights with them, God help you. But if they turn around to you and say, you know what, that one thing you did, that will help you. We have a hadith that says, a believer at the mirror. We love to recite this hadith, but we never practice it. When was the last time you asked someone that you know, tell me things that you think I should change in my life? And you should then be ready with thick skin for that person to tell you, by the way, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And not turn around and say, stop having a go at me, or you use this opportunity to criticize me. No, be ready. Imam al-Sadiq, Rahimallah imra'an ahda ilayya huyubi. Peace be upon the person who gifts me my mistakes. That's the only way for us to progress. Otherwise we stagnate and not develop.
Ahsan, thank you. So I think let's try and wrap it up with maybe two questions. Two quick questions.
Are there any books that Sister Munzila and Sheikh would recommend for someone who wants to start reading about Islamic theology, history, and spirituality?
Can I think about that for a second?
Yeah, think about it, yeah.
I don't think that's fair. Okay. You see, that question is interesting. People often ask me, can you recommend me a book about Islam? I say to them, imagine you go and you just enter a Waterstones and you say, excuse me, can you recommend me a book? They're like, hello? This is, what do you mean I recommend a book? So the first thing I always tell people who ask that question is, do you really know what you want to read about? Because a lot of the times people say, give me something about spirituality. People send me something that will raise me to high levels. Give me this. We fail to identify areas of weakness in our understanding and knowledge. That again comes through consultation, discussion, dialogue, asking. Yes, most of us have vacuums in our understanding, and we have to go through our, knowledge and try to dig into it. So if you say to me, for example, I want to improve my aqidah. I say, okay, which level are you? If you want Islamic theology, I can't just throw in any book out there. For example, Theological Instructions by Ayatollah Misbah Yazdi. Yes? Now this book, we teach it the Hausa, but it's quite complicated. So it may not be for everyone. It's available in English, right? Or if you want a slightly simpler one, there is a book called Islamic Belief System by Sheikh Shumali. Now, Islamic Belief System is accompanied by about maybe, 40 lectures he's given on YouTube about the book. So you can read the book and watch his lectures. Yes? So that is at least for the elementary or those who are. So that's the thing. History also. Which areas of history? Are you looking at prophets? Are you looking at imams? Are you looking at Abbasids? Are you looking at Umayyads? Are you looking at minor occultation, post-major? So these kind of things, we need to identify exactly, specifically areas, and we can, inshallah, recommend. Similarly, spirituality is such a huge topic. I mean, where do you start? There are a number of areas that perhaps we can talk about.
Ahsant. Sister Musa, any book recommendations?
One of the first books I read was Self-Development by Sheikh Shumali. So that's definitely one I would remember. I remember it having quite a significant impact on me, and I read it again later. And then I guess if you want to know about history, I mean, Sheikh's absolutely right. You can't have a book which has anatomy, physiology, immunology all in one. Shi'i Islam by Allama Tabatabai is a nice one. It encompasses a lot of about the development of Shi'i Islam and history and things like that. But Self-Development is a wonderful book, and Sheikh Shumali has a virtual library of every topic that you would want to ever know about. So he would be a good shout on YouTube. Yeah.
Ahsan, thank you. We'll move to the last question.
I think this question is for both Sheikh and Brother Safraz. How do you balance tawakkul and mental health? Sometimes a person may make themselves believe they are having tawakkul, but in reality may have deteriorating mental health which they may not realize.
I've got to be honest, I'm not sure I entirely understood the question. I can try and answer it based on what I've understood, and maybe you can top up, Sheikh. Your conviction, your reliance on Allah is something that can waver depending on your mental state. When you're demotivated, when you're distant from your goal, and you know what Sheikh talked about in terms of purpose. Why am I even on this earth? Why am I alive? When you lose connection with that, your reliance on Allah can waver. And I think, one reaction to that can be to just beat yourself up, say, I'm a terrible Muslim. Another can be compassion. And I think taking gentler steps, trying to reconnect with being present, as Sister Munzila pointed out, in the moment, rather than getting caught up in the cycles of the past, can be one way of reconnecting with the present, reconnecting with your Creator. But first, allowing yourself to accept that my iman will waver. And I, again, Sheikh, maybe correct me about a hadith from Imam Ali that talks about how iman can fluctuate.
Very, very briefly, we have a hadith from Amir al-Mu'mineen that says, if you are feeling low, stick to wajib. But if you feel high in the sense of close to Allah, do mustahab. Unfortunately, sometimes we read books about Ayatollah Bahjat, Irfan, mysticism, and all of a sudden we feel like, I want to get there. I remember I took a group to Iran for ziyarah, and everyone was telling me, can you show us books about Irfan? They thought, I pick up a book and it says Irfan, and I read it, and all of a sudden I become an arif close to Allah, There are a few arifs there as well sitting. So the point here is this, that is, you see, Imam Ali alayhi salam says that you need to begin to have a discovery of yourself in a sense of your weaknesses and your strength. Here, the question is, as far as I've understood it, is sometimes because you're saying, let me be patient, let me depend on Allah, let me rely on Allah, you begin to exhibit mental health symptoms or mental health disorder. So you become depressed, you become anxious, you become a recluse, you go and just isolate yourself and don't want to see anyone in the world. And this is where it's very, very important to link what was said earlier, and that is we have others who are looking out, others who are supporting, others who are helping. Because sometimes, yes, we may go into our own cocoon and don't realize we're going through difficulties. So we need help. We may be misunderstanding some Islamic concepts as well. We may think it's okay not to cry. You know, sometimes when you lose a loved one, we are told sometimes don't cry. It's not a good idea to cry. Whereas there is nothing wrong to shed a tear. What is wrong is to tear clothes and to, scratch yourself and to go lose it, because that is not allowed in the religion for people that pass away. But shedding the tears and crying is a normal process of accepting this reality and dealing with it and closure. So we need help and support. We need to have bubbles. Friends need to look out for each other. If somebody has misunderstood some Islamic concepts in this regard, they need to have immediately alarm bells. They need to advise them in the best possible way.
Ahsan, thanks, Sheikh. Pass you over to Samir. You want to say a few words, yeah?
Yeah, first and foremost, the idea for today was to start getting people to think about some of the important objectives that I have for the community, the mind, body, and soul, right? And that's the direction, the vision. And, it's been appreciate everybody joining the panel, first of all. I think it's been an amazing panel. Sister Munzila, thank you, Sajad, for hosting it. Sheikh Hilli, of course, spiritually, Brother Safraz, and of course our own Brother Russ. Really appreciate it. I think there's a lot to do. Some of the things that I take back from everybody in terms of Sister Munzila on controlling ourselves in good times as well as bad times, I think that's really good, to ensure that you are capable, whatever the situation is. From a Sheikh Hilli perspective, having a holistic spiritual view, ensuring that you continue to nurture that part. Community-wise, being together, signposts, all of that stuff. And Brother Abbas, inshallah, going forward, will continue to utilize you to make the community more healthy from a health perspective, from a exercise, strength perspective. So appreciate that. Just to thank you for everybody for attending this as well. And thanks to the panel. Really appreciate it. And inshallah, over the next 18, 24 months, we'll continue to make the community grow. And hopefully this is giving an idea of, giving that awareness and education to the people that we need to do this together to ensure that we meet the objectives and the targets. So, Jazakallah.
Ahsan, thanks to the floor as well. Thanks for questions. Thanks for all the comments. Let's finish with a salawat.